slow. Edit, delete all web type history. This is the top. See? Honestly, I should have started with the skirt first, but that's okay. Collar high. Sleeve L high. Sleeve high. Forgot what I'm supposed to do. I think I answered with a GH. Wow. Actually, no, don't do low yet. Okay. I'll save it. Okay. Edit, delete type history. Save. Okay. So what we want to do first is we want this to sit nicely on the neck, which I believe should be here. X. Even these out. In here. There we go. Just need to take this. So make me go see. Sitting in the car, listening to Vaughn, falling for each other. Pink and orange skies, feeling super shy. There's no doubt I'm clever. Miss my mother. Where you at tonight? I know alibi. I'm all love. I'd rather have it resting. There we go. Need no light. It's okie dokie. I just do love this. Sitting on the dash, driving nowhere fast, running through the summer. Really on blast, make this moment last. I got solar power. I mean, it feels like hours. Can you even imagine falling like I did for the love? Did I post a thing on social media? I forgot. Post. Okay. I was all alone with the love. Thank you for the leg, Zach. I super don't like how this is cut. Nope. Oh. There you go. Oh my god, please. The edge doesn't want to slide, please. Oh my god. Loop. This section. Yeah, there you go. The way it is. It's just a part of your story, and that I can never live. I guess I have to remove. So, let me again. There we go. It's a good high poly, methinks. This right here is just a little bit close to the neck. What is going on with you? What? What is happening here? Oh, I need to turn this off. There we go. That edge flow is all nice now. Oh, this one's weird though. Well, that one has to be there. But why is it like this? There we go. lost back then. I've been my friend. Till the end. Let me open my phone. I don't mind anymore. Just feeling alone. Go. Mental health. Don't know at the end. Might have to mirror this, I feel like, but maybe not. Right on the moon, because we're feeling alone. I'm like trying to make like there's like a collar on this. It's a very like dressy cuff, gestury cuff I could say even, and trying to like fit it to the neck because I was hoping that the model was like modeled onto the figure that I'm working on, but it does not look like it, which is fine. And the fun part about 3D modeling is you can always change it later to fit whatever you want it to. Just makes my job a little bit harder. Oh my god, nope. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, I'm feeling like I should cut this in half. It's starting to look a little funky. Smooth this out just a little bit. And then I'll just show it to show I'm out way from nothing more. Oh, until it's sweet. Oh my god. Oh. There we go. This one. No, this one has to change. There we go. Do your dirty work. I'm out to play when you are hurt. This guy right here. It's pretty good. Mirror. Oh, all you do is show me up every time. And then I go from 46. What? That's fine. Cool. I think this center part needs to come in a bit more though. That's why. Actually, I'd rather just boop, 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 boop. Cop cars. This one. One. There we go. Haha! This looks nice. I like the way this looks. Okay. People say I'm bonkers. Fuck yeah! This looks sick. My head is dizzy. How my baby's doing? Oh, my wife making emotes. Oh, my wife cute. Gorge doing art. Okay. How do I want to do this? Oops. Definitely object X. Like crazy about me. I just didn't mind nothing crazy about me. Oh no. Oh no. The top need to still be a little bit smaller. The top has a lot of problems with it comparatively to the model. So I have to decide what's being sacrificed here. I think the sleeves would be the hardest part to kind of like redo. So let's keep that. My life, there's nothing crazy about me. Alright. This top is actually really cute. Like on its own without the sleeves, I think it's really cute. Alright, and put this forward. Kill me. I think we should separate it. Combine the bow. Take this bow and do the same thing. And then everything else can be like together, I think. Isn't it? Is it right? Is any more? I gotta cut this model in half. Ah, but if I cut the model in half, that will be weird. Frick. And I want to just fix it. I could just fix it myself. Maybe just morphing it to the body be best. Okay, I kind of want to do the sculpting thing. There we go. How to make it better, do it. Hour after hour, work is never. You got a man tonight. What do you think tonight? And then the... Oh, did I not have the skirt in this one? Frick. Just bottom. Alright. That they don't kill me. Wait much longer. Right now. Okay, cool. Long I've been on you. I'm built on you. Never hold ya. Oops. Mr. Stronger. 20 minutes, I gotta blow this popsicle stand. Fuck yeah. I love that turn of phrase. I love that one so much. Just adds so much hype, I feel like, to whatever you're doing. I don't like how these curves are. Boop, thank you for the boop. I told ya. Laying on ya. Following ya. Thomas. I told ya. Is this really how wide the... Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Oh. Needs to go in though. There we go. No, it's not transparent. Make it better, do it faster, make... Oops. Out the door. On the floor. Walk around the campus. Romances. Alright, that's pretty good. Pull it out on the chest. Oops. Pull it out on the chest department a little bit. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. I want this to kind of go in. One of those to pretend. I wanna see you again. How am I supposed to pretend? I wanna see you again. Make that smaller, make that go out. No, I'm gonna be kind of honest, because I think I can at least say, like, what thing I'm kind of doing. Like, I'm working on a clothing item for a Roblox thing, and it's, like, weird. Because, like, Roblox isn't limited to, like, that square humanoid model that everyone sees. You can have full-ass, like, people. And it's, like, weird. This is like a whole ass thing, you know? I think that looks pretty good for the overall body now. I'm gonna reset off. Let's see if we're really following the contour on this body or not. Go. There we go. Now we are. This one, and this one, and this one. Yeah. Just looks so, like, wide in the front. I don't really like that. With the wireframe. Gracious. I mean, she's honestly pretty blockily built, honestly. Have you heard this song, Just a Little Shrimp? I don't think so. Also, hi, Airdom. How you doing? Shit, that is like that. Okay. I think this part needs to come out. And this part needs to come out a little bit too. Or, like, just need to go up. It needs to go up. Goodness gracious. Nice. I like that a lot. Everything's fucked up. I mean, BA. Alright, and then this. What is this? Who are you? Goodness gracious. I'm not sure if this is supposed to go in the dress. I think it is supposed to go in the dress. Go rabbit. This needs to go in more. Alright, and then we use this one. Well, I think it's more that we use. And we do soft selection to volume. What the? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my list. Check. Alright, cool. Let's separate these guys again. And do... What are you doing anyways? Apparently in the zone. My bad! Sorry, I'm doing an art test for a possible job! It's just hard because they want me to do a thing, and it's difficult. It's difficult because they didn't model this to the character's body, so I have to do it by hand. My bad. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to miss your message. This is the first time in a while that I've like actually had something where I'm like actually like somewhat seriously working on stream. I don't think I normally this seriously work on something on stream. Oh, congratulations. I know you don't have it yet, but I think it's a good opportunity. Yeah, me too. And at the very least, it's like a paid art test. So if they end up like, even if they don't want to work with me at the end of the day, if they're like, hey, we don't want to work with you, but we like the asset and we want to use it in our game, at least I'll get paid for it, So I'm not that mad about it. Violent pornography, choking chicks inside of me. Yup. So at least like me doing the test won't be, because like a lot of problems for artists is like they'll do like art tests for companies and then they don't get paid for their time, and that fucking sucks. So I'm just lucky that if they do, that I have this opportunity that it's like, well, if we like it, we'll still pay for it and stuff and pay for your time. Yep, that's just how it is, unfortunately, in the art world, is that like if they don't use it, they ain't gonna pay for it. And that's just kind of how it's always been in the art game dev world at the very least. But that's okay, because it can be another piece for my portfolio. That's pretty good. Jackson's out on me. Let's do it like that. Even though you spent 6 to 10 hours on XYZ. Yeah. So for this one, they're expecting me to work on it for like 8 hours. And then be able to hand it in and be like, here you go. And then they're gonna compensate me like pretending like I'm getting like 20 an hour. So it's not a small amount of money. But having a job would be nice. So that we could get more art commissions. It'd be pretty poggy. Alright, looking pretty good so far. Now, center pivot. These need to go in here. Oh my god. I had a rough day, not like almost crashed my car this morning that I got late. Are you okay? Oh my god, Airtime, are you okay? If you need to talk about it, feel free to talk about it, That's what we're here for, I hope you're doing okay, though. If you just want a little breather, I get it. Maybe overcompensate. Overcompensate. Oh, danger. We overcompensate. Object X. Sculpting. Let's move it some more. hesitate, they overcompensate. More like a V. And then hesitate, overcompensate. There we go. That looks good, I think. Oh shit, I pulled it in too much. I pulled it in too much. Shit. I'm okay. One of my arms is still a little sore from straightening the wheel, but I'm pretty emotionally exhausted, not gonna lie. I did overtime for the whole weekend, so... Oh, please, if you can, put in some PTO, take a break, play video games, anything that can help you decompress. I totally understand. And shit can be rough. So, definitely get yourself a break in if you can. If you can't, just know that we're here for you. And we love you. And if you ever want to just vent, honestly, because sometimes venting can just help a lot. So if you want to vent to us, that's totally cool. This is a community where we're here for one another. Honestly, if I had the money, I would just buy everyone new things. I know too many people with like old stuff, and it's like, here, I Oprah you. Except, I mean, if you want a car, if you're willing to afford a car, then like I'd give you a car. But I know that like the Oprah car thing fucked people over because like some of the people on those shows couldn't actually afford like the car insurance for their cars, so they just end up having a car they couldn't really use. Like, they needed a car, but it's like they couldn't afford the nice new car insurance. So they were like, okay. Sculpting. Oh, I don't have... My car's okay, just a little scuffed up. I'm at the mechanic right now, so we'll see how it turns out. Hopefully they're like, you were lucky, man, blah, 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 and then you're just out of there scot-free, Not too much hassle or anything like that. Like, oh yeah, it looked like this is a little scuff, but no major issues. I'm cosplaying, I'm role-playing as your mechanic right now. So, just be careful on the roads out there, it can be a scary place, but your car looks good. No overall damages, unless you want to get your oil changed, but, and then you're like, I'm okay. I don't really want to get my oil changed today. I kind of had a rough day, so I'm okay. And they'll be like, are you sure? Because, like, it's good to have a routine maintenance, and you're like, nah, dude, I'm fine. Really, honestly, kind of just want to go home. And I'm like, oh, alright, yep, I gotcha. And then they'd leave you alone. All this, I don't even know if this was like this when I got this model, but I'm here regardless. Combine. Is this? Yeah. Yeah, the car has a handful of other problems, though. It's not related because this morning all it did was bite into the curb with the wheel, which made the car jump, which freaked me out. That's understandable. I never like to be airborne in things that you really shouldn't be airborne in. Like a plane? I went airborne in a plane once because of turbulence, and that shit scared the fuck out of me. Not to mention if that happened to a car, I'd be like, I'd shit my pants. I'd be like, okay, well, I have to go home. There's nothing more I can do today. This is it. That was it. That's all I can do today. It has almost 200. That's pretty good though, to be fair. So honestly, if your car is there, if they're like, car's fine, car's all right, hope you're all right, you know, kind of thing. That's pretty good then. Honestly, I wish I knew how to drive. I have a lot of things going on, I feel like, in my head, so I don't drive yet, but I think it'd be cool. I look at the reference image that I sent someone. The world we knew. You don't know how to drive? Nope. I also don't know how to ride a bike. I don't know how to do either of those things. I don't know how to ride a bike because my mom was scared of me riding a bike, so I never learned how to ride a bike, and I have a skateboard. I want to learn how to skateboard at some point. The model skirt that we took. You to hold. Over and over, I keep going home. World we knew. Oh, this song also makes me eepy. Sun is used to hold you. And the summer days, nothing is the same. Rises the moon. Days in the young love. Never seen hold you. But the awakening rises the moon. Oh, your weary eyes. Soon comes to darken even summer skies. Breathe, breathe, breathe. What the fuck happened here? Ship floating, heading farther. Another time, one is the moon. Oh my god. Baby girl, I need to get you a bike. I'd get you a bike if I could. I mean, hey, it's only fair. You want to give me a car? Listen. Bet. Listen, teach me how to ride a bike. I want to ride a bike. Or better yet, don't get me a skateboard. I already have or don't get me a bike. I already have a skateboard. Teach me how to ride a skateboard. I'm gonna be one of those girlies. I'm gonna ride a skateboard. I just haven't made time for it, honestly. I just need to make time for it, that's all. think that's pretty good. Yeah, but you don't write it. Nope. I tried it in college, but then college rocked my shit. And then COVID happened, and my mom won't let me go outside. So, it kind of is what it is. What the fuck happened to the clip that was in my hair? I had a pin in my hair. What the fuck? Hold on. I had a pin in my hair because I was trying to dry my bangs a certain way. Now the pin is gone. What the fuck? Okay, well, that sucks because that was kind of a big pin. I needed a bigger pin for my bangs, but that's fine. Yep, it's gone. Okay. Poggin. It's a pretty cool skateboard, actually. I like the art on the bottom of it. How is everybody doing? Don't speak. I don't want to say it. I don't want reason. Oh my god, my hair. Alright, there you go. Bad Gumpla. Interesting name. My arm itches. I got fucking vaccines yesterday, dude. No wonder I felt like shit yesterday. I was like, after stream, I was like, why do I feel like such garbage? And it turns out it's cause I got vaccines. I'm fucking pissed off. I tell you, but I never rode a skateboard, but it's something along the lines of push with one leg, lean or tilt with the board, make it turn so the balance takes some practice. Make it turn so balance takes some practice. Some boards turn more than others. That's valid. Honestly, that's more knowledge than I've ever had. So, you can't see it, but I'm doing a thumbs up. So, like, woo! Honestly, you've taught me more than I've ever known about skateboards. So, that's a win. I think I need to have these. Vaccination sucks, yeah. I think it's crazy. The craziest thing to me with vaccines... Maybe we should do a vaccine one. Oh my god. I have an idea for a script. It's gonna be a little controversial because I know there's anti-vaxxers on TikTok, but I don't give a shit. Did you know that... Oh wait, not that one. It's gonna have to be this one. Vaccinations. Talk about how they actually get you sick with the thingy, then like you recover. Like flu vaccine give you flu and kill some people, which is weird. Yeah, I know, it's fucking crazy. Like my dad can't have vaccinations because like they make him flatline for some weird reason. Like, when he was in the army, he got, like, a flu vaccine, and he fucking flatlined. He, like, was, like, on the edge, and the military had to, like, take him to the hospital and be like, yo, bro, you good? And he had to be like, I guess. So, my dad hasn't gotten a flu vaccine in a while. But I do. Me and my mom do. For the safety of ourselves, because her and I have somewhat weak immune systems, so we have to get vaccines. So we don't fucking die. Because when I get sick, when I get the flu, dude, I'm out for like a week. My guess is they have a doctor, they gave the doctor the wrong blood type or something. IDK immune system was wonky. Yeah, I don't know. Some people are also just allergic. I've learned that some people are just allergic to the flu vaccine. Hi, Arch. I miss you all the time. Oh fuck, I gotta select again. Hello, how you doing? Things in my so easy. Everything behind. Oh, what? Oh man. Okay. Also, warm vaccinations probably would kill someone, so I wouldn't be surprised about that in someone. Yeah, that's valid. Vibing on Minecraft, how about you? I am doing an art test for a possible job right now. Hoping and praying that, it works out. Yeah, I'm glad you're chilling on the Minecraft server. I hope you're having fun. Hope you're having fun. We want your thing. That's exciting. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. I really wish I could show what I'm working on because it would make me feel more productive, but I was told maybe I shouldn't. Pixel said that maybe I shouldn't, just in case, though. So I am not sharing my screen currently. What the fuck happened to... No, that's just how the sleeve is. Okay. Everything behind. Am I supposed to twist it? Also, had there... That was today, right? Totally fine if you don't want to talk about it, though. I'm an open book. Just like I told my therapist, I'm an open book. Okay, well, my phone is so good seeing you. Bye, Airdom! Love you! Give me updates on how your car goes, okay? I want to make sure you're doing all okay. But therapy went well. I found out that, like, 50 minutes is not a lot of time. Because, like, before, I was like, wow, a 3-hour session? What do you even have to talk about? And then I had my 50-minute session, and I'm like, I understand why people have, like, 3-hour sessions. And, like, I was like, it was like the first one, so I was like, having to tell them about my life. Time always catches, yeah, because, like, we talked about the intake paperwork and, like, just general stuff, and, like, making sure, like, policy stuff, like, you know, if you're late, you know, if you're 15 minutes late, it's kind of cancellation, blah, 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 blah. And we went over that stuff, and then she's like, all right, well, now that we have, like, the paperwork stuff sorted out, go for it, essentially. Like, just tell me about yourself. And I was like, okay. And then I just started talking. And talking. And talking. And talking. And I'm like, oh. And then by the time, like, time was up, I was like, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, wait. And I was telling Pixels about that, and he's like, well, you know, you can't tell them everything in one day, because... Well, unless they're that kind of therapist, they're not really, like, no person can really, process that much amount of information about someone, like, right away. So it's kind of, like, better that it's broken up. Also, it gives me time to reflect on anything else that, like, maybe I should have brought up about, like, the topics that we talked about today. So, I think, honestly, overall, it was a good thing, that, you know, I didn't spill all my beans in the beginning. But yeah, it was a good session, and I'm glad I went. It made me a little raw. Made me a little fucking raw. Because I had to talk about stuff. Not that it's like, the craziest thing is, though, is like, on God, I could have told everything I told my therapist to you guys if it didn't dox me. And to be fair, it's not like it really would dox me. It would just, like, it's maybe more information than you want to know, you know? Because a lot of streamers, quite a few streamers don't really just go and talk about, like, their own mental health, I feel like, a lot of the times, because, you know, in a way, they're trying to take care of your mental health. And, like, I get that, but also, god damn, I just kind of want to talk about it. But also, like, I'm kind of here for you guys. So if you guys have stuff to talk about, you know, I'll be here for you if you had a bad day, you know? But it was interesting and fun. Just think about all the strategy baseline, like asking a commission for references. That's true. I can't imagine talking for 3 hours. That's valid. It's kind of like, the thing is, I couldn't imagine it either in the beginning. I was like, whatever. People, I don't know, like, it doesn't make sense, like, to go on for, like, 3 hours like that, but then, like, I guess, like, I'm a streamer, so, like, it kind of makes sense. But also, like, once I started talking about that shit, it kind of just came out, and I just kept going, and I was like, oh, yeah, here you go. But we'll have more talkies next week about the things that I told her about and stuff, and because right now, like, I can't say personally whether, like, it's a good therapy or not, because, like, we haven't done, like, anybody can, in my opinion, can be a good listener, but it's more about whether, like, they can help you and stuff with, like, the problems that you're having. Because, like, anybody can listen, but that doesn't mean they can help you with solutions towards fixing it. So that'll be, I think, the interesting part for me is when it comes time for her to be like, okay, well, now that I know who you are, let's sit down and find ways to get to your goals. My wife and I went to a couples therapist, and she tried telling my wife I was toxic and manipulative because there's no way I have all my experiences. Needless to say, neither of us liked her, and I only saw her once. That's crazy. That's crazy. I feel like good therapists, even if you are being toxic, they're gonna word it in a way where it's kind of like more understanding. And I feel like if they're gonna be like, well, you're kind of like toxic, it's like, huh? What? I don't know how I want to do the armpit. This armpit's kind of weird. Is it? No! No, they have geometry in this that spirals, chat. Oh, the bane of my existence lies before me in this art test. Oh, fuck. This is why you don't buy assets off of the fucking asset store. Oh my god. It's fine. I'll figure it out. It's fine. I'll figure it out. Save your work. Good idea. Good idea. Increment and save. Biggest advice, don't be afraid to try someone new if they're not working out. Yeah. Definitely. I'm very much like, you know, if I don't, like, I think the biggest thing, it'll take time because, like, for me, like I said, it's kind of dependent on whether whatever we do in terms, like, of implementing a solution works well with me or not. Because I feel like I can identify my issues. I don't know what to do about them a lot of the times. And then that's where, like, I fuck up, is, like, I revert to my bad habits. Because that's all I have towards, like, a quote-unquote fix for myself. Oh, rain down on me. Soft selection, surface. Volume? Okay, I'll have to separate that and then... Let's undo this, soften this. I think this is looking pretty okay. There's some parts of it that I'm not super cool with. Some of the booba parts are kind of out. I really wish I could have a cool job that's like... that wants to take advantage of my free marketing. Which just means me streaming the work that I do. So that would be kind of cool. Demons. Why does this feel weird? It was weird. Cool. Sorry, was in danger. I'm glad to hear things went well enough for your first session. Thank you, Arch. And you're totally fine. I like I say, if you don't respond to me, it's okay. I imagine that I'm kind of like a TV show you put on in the background that you listen to sometimes. I get email back about my questions yet? No, I got an email about Hulu. Ugh. Unless it went to my spam. Oh, my spam. In my spam. Can you take me higher? Nope. I'm gonna delete all my spam. Higher. To a place where man. You were a second monitor candidate, but I have 3 monitors, so I put you. Oh, yay! Pog. That's actually pretty good. Second monitor content. I like it. I'm second. I love that second monitor. I'm writing that down. Content equal background TV / second monitor content. I like that. You're applying for a contract work is high-key influencing me to try to get commissions and other work so I can get out of my 7. Yeah, on God. Like, if you want, I can help you get onto VGen. I don't know if there's scripting thing. I feel like there's, like, scripting things on VGen. Let me see. Yeah, YouTube and video scripting. There's also, like, the dialogue scripts. There's also, like, Python scripting. Lore scripts. Lore writing short stories. Yeah, no, oh my god, Kiwi, there are so much lore writing on here. Definitely do it. Definitely do it. And then, like, once I make my whole, like, comic and everything, you can use it as, like, an example. Yeah, no, definitely. And you can use, because we have two. We have 2 that we worked on, right? You could put both of those on there if you want. Yeah, you could definitely do that. But yeah, I think I can help. Because I think I have VGen codes. Yeah. Like, hold on, I can... Well, if I go back here... Huh? Hold on. Oop. When I look up lore, there are so many, like, lore script 5-minute, lore writing short story, lore writing basic, lore writing advanced, lore writing, lore comic page, lore writing for VTuber Scab, lore chronicle, lore wiki writing, lore script writing, lore video, and then, like, if you did the script one, there's script writing, a bunch of actually ASMR script writing. You could be good at that. Hey, listen. If you want, I will do an ASMR just for you, just so you can have. If you want to get into voice acting, script things, I'll do that. So you're writing. I'm super excited. My audio drama that I've been writing the script for got up. Let's go, ARK! Let's go! Woo! I'm so proud of you. Good job. Fuck yeah. Your success, my success. I'm happy. Woo! 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 I'm so happy for you. Poggin. I've been focused on wanting to get my short stories out for short story conventions. I just have no intrinsic motivation to be selfish for my own benefit. It's valid. On God, valid. But yeah, like, look at all these. There's, like, scripted shorts, scripted TikTok videos, which you've been doing for me. So if you want to, yeah, because they use TikTok videos as their examples for scripted shorts. So totally, if you need to use, like, if you need, like, the MP4s or anything for my stuff, I think you can put links. I'm pretty sure you can put links. So if you need links, like, let me know. I can get you links. But yeah, like, anything, honestly. I think I have VGen codes, so I think I could give you one. Just a game to you. Honestly, if anybody's interested in getting in VGen, like, I can help where I can. Cause it's a pretty good avenue for artists. Like, I've been getting more commissions on it than I have, like, any other platform personally. So. Are you saying I could make you whisper sweet nothings to Moira for our entertainment? Yes. I'd be willing to sacrifice my sanity to whisper sweet nothings to my cat. What's wrong? Okay, and this one goes here. Let me break this one. And this one goes here. And break this one. This one, yeah. Oh shit. This whole thing. Come off. You meet you. And then you get fixed. There we go. fuck yeah, that's fixed up now. Oh, I'm so much happier with that. I feel like I'm doing more work for this than I need to, but I'd rather the high poly look really nice. Pog, you're my cat. I tell my day to walk. POV, you're my cat. I tell my day to. Dude, that'd be kind of cute though. I've always wanted to try them. I'm not gonna lie, I've always wanted to try them. Also, my wife is streaming and she didn't post about it in my Discord server. It's crazy. Hold on. My wife is streaming. Okay. Cool. Honestly, I should have like a special role in my server that when people go live, it just posts about it. Cause I don't do that. I never thought about it really beyond right now. I was joked on drinking my advancedgg, which you can get for 10% off if you use my code down below because you love me. Because you love me and you want to see me prosper. I'm mostly kidding, by the way. Alright, are these both fixed now? Oh my god, I fixed them both because I didn't realize that the thing was on. I guess you're gonna end up making the start of my program for any content, right? Sounds good, Pookie. I got you. Anything you need. You can borrow anything, anything that I can do, I happily give. This means if a format you want to experiment doesn't work out, you get to blame me. Well, listen. No, because if I do ASMR and I'm just bad at ASMR, that's like on me. That's on me, brother. That's on me. This line needs to go here. Fuck this up. That's on me, brother. I don't know if I can do ASMR. I'm gonna be honest. I really like wish I could. I like the ones where it's like the POV, I'm your girlfriend and I tell you goodnight. Those ones are really cute. I like those a lot, to be honest. Boop. I would love to do one actually as well that's like POV, I'm your best friend asking how your day was after a rough day. I think that one would be really cute. And also it'd be pretty platonic, so I feel like it would work out pretty nicely. Cause like it's like I'm not one for super sexualized content, so it's kind of like I like being sexy, but like who doesn't like to be sexy sometimes, you know? So I think like if I did like that one is pretty platonic. And everyone could use a friend sometimes, checking in on them after a long day of work. I feel like it's a good generalized one. I think that's why like the girlfriend and boyfriend ones do it so well, because they're pretty generalized. But excuse me, I'm already taken. Oh fuck. I don't know, I guess if someone paid me like $60, I might do the girlfriend one, but like, I don't know. No one would pay me to do that. I don't like where this sits. POV, maincoow, protector of dreams, watches over your nap and guides your dreams. Yeah, dude. And then we clickbait them, dude. At some point in the video, we fucking get into a car crash or something crazy. Like, fucking hold on, I'll try it. I have a limiter on my mic now, so I don't know if this sounds weird. I apologize. Hey man, I hope you sleep well tonight, you know? I see that you're already drifting off, so I hope you have sweet dreams. Oh shit, what's that? Is that it? Is that your childhood dog coming to take a nap with us? Oh, that's Poggin. That's pretty cool. Oh shit, is that fucking Ronald McDonald?
coming to give you some fucking chicken nuggies, bro. That's fucking crazy. Now you can even have a full belly in your dreams, homie. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh no, the purple guy. The purple guy from the McDonald's stuff is he killed Ronald McDonald. I don't know, dude. I think it would be so funny though. It was like normal up until like all of a sudden I just start talking about some weird unhinged shit. It'd be so funny. Shit, you got an ASMR, do I? I put a limiter on my mic, so I think that might have helped. I also had a real hard time not giggling. Time to change the category, no! Does the fake keyboard clackies, or I guess the real, does the recording of the keyboard clackies help? Does that help? I have to increment and save now. I think this is looking pretty good. So far. Well, if you read my short stories on stream, you could use that. Yeah, definitely. Also, I think I crashed my Gmail. Actually, there's another thing I want to check. Wanna feel a thing anymore. Just missing SpongeBob background screen. Dude, that'd be so funny. That'd be so funny. I have to log into a website really quick because I don't know if that's something that I need to have open as well. I also want to have that open just in case. What the heck? What happened to the thing I did? Thank you. My leg! We'll start. Yeah, I don't know. What the fuck? Alright, weird. The vocal stim didn't work! What the fuck? Now it doesn't work?
That would be my big fat ass.
That will be my big fat ass. God damn. That's so crazy. I was even telling Pixels how I was gonna have to fix the channel point redeem to stop being a 2-for-1 because it works, but now it doesn't work. I guess. I don't know. Are these? I think these are mirrored. Oh, they want me to do gloves. That's fucking crazy, dude. Forgive me, blood for blood. I think this is mirrored, so I can just let me look at the wireframe on this. I think it's only the first one. No, yeah, but like yesterday when we were playing the horror games, it worked. It like worked without me doing anything. That's why I'm like, wait, are you gonna work or are you not gonna work? Okay, I don't think this one needs too much fitting because this was like a loose fit thing. This one I might have to actually like retopo differently because I want it to follow. Oh, is this too high? Oops. Cooking someday, like without frost in the walls. Bum ass, fucking stupid ass, fucking shit. I did one during the horror game that didn't work, and then it worked normal. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. My bad. I thought it was working. Maybe okay, maybe that happened twice then. What the fuck? Surface. Oops. yeah, I'm like curious on how I'm gonna do this. Like, I have an idea, but it's like not a great idea. No, I think I know. Oh my god. Why can't I click the vertice? Poggers, my mother-in-law is ordering Texas Roadhouse! Nice. Nice. Yeah, my brain is definitely, like, yelling at me that I need to do this in the way that my brain is thinking. In, like, a different way than how I'm gonna do the rest of it. Which is, like, unfortunate, but it's, like, whatever. Okay, now I'm gonna take this edge and then make it bigger. Nope. Grow. Okay. How do I feel about this? Alright, how does this look? Oh. I just need this to move here. A bit lower. Alright. Oh my god, that was a lot of work. It wasn't terrible, it was just a good amount of work to fix. Alright, now we delete the opposite sleeve and just mirror it. I'm thankful for your heart. Duplicate. Cool. I got the top done. Oh, I don't know if I want to do the top the same. I feel like, personally, that the top will flow just fine with the topology, whereas the sleeves won't because of the elbows. So I think that'll be okay. So, just, oh, I could just do dress. Yeah, this would all be okay. So this is the top, underscore high. Edit, delete all my type history. I might take a break after I get done with fixing up. Oh, the bows. The bows. I was like, oh, there's something missing. Let me look at the email again. Sent. Okay, so yeah, that looks good. And then set, and then this covers this. But I think that, ew, what the fuck? Ew, whatever. Fuck, I did that voice, and I didn't mean for it to do this in my brain, but now I just think of Gypsy Rose. Because that's how Papa Meat does her voice. I was just trying to sound like a little guy. Yeah. More isolation. Man, I just realized, like, this is not the only thing I have to work on today. I need to work on my videos, too. If only they gave me this yesterday, I would have felt a lot better, I think. I mean, they technically did, but, like, I think they gave it to me at, like, what? At 6 in the morning. So technically today. I just want to make sure that none of this is peeking out. I don't want to do this. I think it needs to go one back and then come out. Same with this one. There you go. Okay, I think for the most part those will be fine. And these would be separate pieces. They might have the exact rhymes though, we'll have to see. I hope not, but maybe. All type history, increment and save. There you go. I think I want to make that a little bit smoother. There you go. Then I just want to raise this up a little bit. Cool. And then, what does the front of the dress look like? Oh, it comes like out. The skirt. There we go. Yeah. This one. Oh. Alright, where are we sitting at? Oop. Oh, so slave. Tries 51k, and I think the requirement was only 30k though. Wait, how many tries? I think it was gonna be tries 31,030. 3,000. Fuck. No, that's valid. Alright, alright, now let's do... Oh, I want to just modify this part of the skirt just a little bit. There you go. And now I just gotta compare it to the body of the model. And it's pretty good. I just want to make sure that that's not... It could come in here just a little bit more. Petite little lady. Yes. Petite little lady. There you go. What the fuck? That is weird. The fuck? What happened? that to me. Duplicate this. This one. Separate it. Just we are object X. Ooh, I deleted the wrong side. Oops. There we go. It's kind of cute. Yeah, I think. But then this is too thin. Object. Oh, and I commit my spirit. Oh yeah, you first enemy. Me. There you go. Yeah, that's better. Just want to fix this so it actually sits on there. Scoot this skirt up just a wee bit. Or I guess I could scoot it down instead. Honestly, I think I could scoot it down. Make that a bit thicker. And then take the back side, I think. Oops. Oops. It's just slightly off. It makes me upset. There you go. I think that's better, and then just there we go. There we go. So that's done. This is done. The skirt's pretty good, other than just some verts that are just kind of all over the place. Do you have Pat? How you doing, Shadow? And that's just how it's supposed to be. This looks better. Ew, what the fuck? Okay, well that's not the biggest problem, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of how it's supposed to be. Oh, okay. Edit, delete all my type history. And I've had to modify this one part on this rib cage like 5 times because I'm like, this is how rib cage should look, and then I go back and then it's like, I'm like, what? Oh. Alrighty. Ugh. Mail. Let's edit little bit of history, increment save. What you waiting for? Okay, so we got the high poly pose. Now it's time for optimization. High. Top. High. Okay. This one. High. File, save scene as. Test Maya. Underscore low. Mail. The heck? This one. Is this necessary? No. Save. X-ray. Can't see. So let's do it like this. Yeah, there we go. Oh. That one. Huh? There we go. What? Okay. Let's put this then. Let's put this on. Alright, okay. A change of words excitement. And then this one important? Not really. Well, kinda is, so I'd rather just do it this way. Really have mirror edit on, but I don't. Oh, wait, no. It's... I'm like wondering if using the retopo tool would have been easier for this, but honestly, this geometry is just so simple. It just seems so necessary. I'm gonna do every other one here. Break my bone, but chains and whips excite me. I may be bad, but I'm perfectly good, and it's sex in the air. I don't care, I love the smell of it. Let's see, 605, huh? This is necessary. Oh, what the fuck happened here? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man, what's wrong with my car? And then vertex, and then we slide this in. And then we just mirror it. I doubt it. All about it. Alright, how's the height looking comparatively? Pretty okay. The energy, I tell you all about it. I found it. Mountain. I think I kinda wanna do this. Let me do this. Page. Decent. Okay, couldn't live without it. Without it. You do without it. Without it. Found it. Okay. That's 577, so I think I'll... So it's 545 now. I think this is pretty good without going too deep into the... This one... It's just like, it's not combined with the child. Oh, let's go get it on. And this one. Doesn't the flower to dance, so give me more. This one? I feel like it's this one. And then Model X. Oh, this one. Oh, that one's necessary. This one. And where does this one go? I don't think these are necessary. Oof. Maybe they are. You can hard delete these guys. Oh no. Except for these guys. I don't need the other ones. Oops. Okay. Don't know if we need that one. Same with this guy. Plus we can see it. We can see it. Fuck. Honestly, if it were my choice, which it kind of is. Shit. Yeah. No. Oh fuck. Oh god damn it. This might be faster. Boop. Oh my god, please. Please! No! Give me the edge. It's not giving it to me. Just get in the line. There you go. Oh, I fucked it up. Oh, I fucked it up. I did the wrong one. There you go. Oh, shit. Is my fucking it all up? Oh, nope. Come back. Go back. Oh, I fucked it a lot up. Hi, Lane. Hi, chat. Hi, SF Freely. How are you? How are you? Are you having a good day? Welcome on in. I'm currently working on a 3D art test. How you doing? How you doing? You having a good day? Doing well yourself? I'm good. I'm good. Just trying to figure out this thing that I'm working on. So I haven't done game dev stuff in a hot second. Oh, fuck. No, I really fucked it. Chat, I fucked it. No, I didn't realize. Okay, go back. Don't mind me while I just control Z for like 30 minutes. Okay. Are you? You're all fucked up too. Okay, cool. You're fucked up too? Oh no. There you go. Wait. There you go. Yeah, okay. I think I fixed my problem. Please. Oh my god. I'm just trying to click these tiny little vertices and they don't wanna chat. Alright, delete. Alright, there we go. Now we go over here. Oh. Why don't you wanna zoom? Why don't you ever wanna zoom? Delete. Delete, delete. There we go. Delete. Ooh, delete, delete. Oh no! And then... Alright, there you go. I'm gonna be... I would laugh. You know, if I'm honest, if one of these days that I'm co-working or anything, if someone that, like, hired me came into my chat, I was like, hey, what's up? By the way, this is so-and-so. I'd be like, yo, what's up? It could be cool because it's like, I could have, like, they could give me direct feedback while I'm streaming. It's like, I think that's kind of cool. But they're not gonna. Okay, I was thinking of while picking up dinner. I think I have a few solid goals to strive for. Yeah! Fuck yeah, Kiwi. That's what I want to hear. Okay. I need window rendering hypershade. Red dress. Alright, close. And now I need the top. Give me both tops. What? Sometimes. Alright, now I have to modify both. This one I want to modify. Well, that's a good way of looking at it. Remember the times, all the times we believe. Request. That is not how our song requests work, but I got you. 1 second. Is your dad on Spotify? Our song requests go through Spotify. There you go. Say your report for your end stream, Pog? No, no problem. I got you. That's how it works. But, you know. I've been used to she's doing it a certain way. No, you're totally fine. Yeah, I know we kind of do it in a bit of a roundabout way here, so you are totally okay. You are totally good, my friend. Uh-oh. Go. Go. Okie dokie. Sweater. We can hide high. Each. It's angled weird. I don't like it. And go back to high. face. Oh. God damn it. Face. There you go. I like this song. Oh. I'm vibing with this song a lot. I like it. Thank you for the song request, friend. SPF Freely, thank you. I think this looks good, like, here. Oh my god. I've been kind of these. Honestly, I can't help listening to their stuff most of the time. It's a really good vibe, honestly. Like, this is relaxing. Like, this is nice. Like, it's really catchy too. Oh my god, SPF Freely, thank you for the follow. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the good vibes here. Feel free to, like, you know, let us know any song that you like listening to. You know, we're always down for some good music here. Honestly, any song that gets requested gets put into playlist that, like, because I listen to my DJ a lot of the times, and it'll play a lot of the songs that chat brings in, which is cool. Okay. You feel kind of necessary, but I kind of want to remove you anyway. No, I feel like I need those guys. Okay. How many birds? 9,000? Fuck, okay. The clipping bugs me. Alright, and then maybe I can, like, rotate this bad boy just a little bit so it's not so in the front of the rear. There we go, that should be good. It's like, okay. Let me just move the dress. Just a little bit. There we go. Now, if brain is correct, I really should only need whatever's peeking out, so it should be just this. Well, actually, it would be like this half, I think. Delete. And then, hold on. This guy, every other, delete. This guy. Oh, son of a dang it. I think that's okay. Once again, once before you made a choice of me. I'm like confused, dog. Why is this different? Hello, hello, Buffy. How are you, buddy? All those tears, doing good. I just got some sleep. Poggin. Did you see Gore was streaming? Did you see that Gore was streaming? And be... I think that's better. Yee, cool. Is Mew. Y'all pulling me in all different. You don't have to. You don't have to be active in mine. Like to be fair, I'd really appreciate the lurk, but you don't have to be active in mine. To be fair, I'm just working on an art test, so it's not like I'm doing anything that crazy. Cause like I think Mew's working on art, if not playing like actual like Fortnite, and I'm just doing an art test, and so like my stream's kind of like meh. I'm not really doing anything, to be fair, so. Oh my god, it's I had soft selection on. It's like, why won't it let me select the edges? Because I had soft selection on, like a doofus. Sing a song. I love to like the sun. On the shadows that you light up my heart. The light you gave me. Let me bring the body back, actually. Yeah, so you're really not gonna see past, like, this. That one you might see more, and same with that one, okay. Okay, so then, uses on off my knees for you. Well, that one was actually even, what? You're a tough guy, like it really rough guy. Rough guy, it's really so tough guy. Bad time, make him on the side time. Bleep. Okay, let's look at it again. I'll hide this part. Same with this guy. This one. Fuck. No. No. Okay. No. Fuck. Okay, we're almost there. What the fuck do you mean I didn't make this small? Oh my god. Okay, and then I need the back again. What do you mean that's too much? What do you mean that I fucked up? Oh my god, someone's yelling outside and it spooked me. I get some pretty cool. You scared me? Go away. What other points do I have? Thank you. Jesus. Oh, we're so much harder than it needed to be. Okay, hi. Goes away. Have the bow. And we bring the body back. We really only needed to hear. Alright, and then go back to nope, this guy. Every other remove. Now you remove everything but the centermost one. Shame with you, Bob. Jimmy Bob. Oh, there you go. Alright, what are we looking at for this one? 5,000? It'll have to be like 1,000 by the time I'm done with it, actually. To be fair, I don't think we need this half. Say you love me. One word from you, I will. 3,000. Fuck, okay. These two. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe just put one in the middle and then move this guy. This guy. We don't need these. That doesn't really help us a lot. This one isn't necessary. Look at the body. The rest of this seems kind of necessary. If 25, and now I find out. Whoa. 2,666 tracks, huh? Maybe we don't need. I feel like we need it, but we don't at the same time. So let's do that. Maybe like this. Yeah. That feels necessary. Maybe the one next to it I can remove, like this one. Okay, what about if we did one and then we just remove these inner ones? Oof. Where is the dress? Hi. Let's make this like this. Oh, nope. Oh. Live surface. it might be okay. Well, maybe I don't need as many vertical ones. There you go. This one, this. Alright, and then I feel like those ones are necessary. It's not going. I can make that one piece, can I? Let me look at the task. I feel like this could be like one big piece. So let's try that. Skirt. Where is the one from? There it is. This one, 1, 2, 3, this one. Wait. Why is that like that? Why are you like this? I don't understand. Alright, well, whatever. Conversations. It's not bad. This one page. Nope. Nope. Oh, nope. 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 What is the button? forgot what the button was. Frick. Redo. Extend edge loop quad draw. Control shift right click. Control shift. What? Tab middle drag. Oh. Fuck, that doesn't really work all that well. That's fine. Oh my god, my brain. My brain is dying. No. There you go. I think I've got everything done, and now I'm set up to start working once I'm done with dinner. Fuck yeah, I'm excited. Oh, it's hard to see you when I'm right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you. It's hard to be a pair. But I miss you, come here. See you when I wish you were right here. I need you, but I miss you, come here. Let me see, I should do it on me. Oh, well. Let me go. Say that you're sorry. Good night. Open the morning, everything's alright. Oh, fuck, okay. I fucked it up. It's hard to see you when I get you right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you right here. So I'm thinking and trying not to thinking. Is your assessment coming? Pretty good. It's a lot of, like, menial work, to be honest, to be fair. A lot of just little menial work. But I like it. It's not like I don't like it. Just a good amount of, like, little tedious work here and there. Sure, all the vertices line up, and then they look all nice and stuff. this needs to turn off. And this one's gonna come out. Boop. I don't know how many birds this is so far. Why? Where? Okay, quadra. No. Stop it. When do you feel alone? I want to redo this. Yeah, so I think I want to start from like the bottom actually. So I was starting from the top because I thought that made sense, but the bottom is so random that it's actually better if I start from the bottom. Me to stay. And all the visions, visions of me and away. In Tennessee. There's a baby girl. Don't hold her down. Oh, mama. Boop, boop, boop. The Pink Pony Club, Pink Pony Club. Hello, hello. That's what we do. It's so fun. Oops. My eyes are like, I feel like my eyes are getting crossed with how long I've been looking at this. But we get there. We're almost done with this skirt. Yo, I don't think I've ever seen Muse art before. I love their style. Yeah, I know. It's the Hikuwa Warbade. Yeah, I really like the overlays they found. They're really cohesive. Thank you for the wellness check. I will drink water in 10 seconds. But, you know, Muse adorable. I love Mew. Mew's the best. Into the Pink Pony Club. Remember to take a moment to look away from your screen and stare off into the distance, folks. Yes, that's a very good. Yes, stare into the void. See if it stares back. It's a good thing to do sometimes. This is so much menial work when I want to do it. Okay. Oh shit. God damn it. Is this really how I have to do this? I don't wanna chat. Fuck. Fuck. Ew, it looks so bad if I do it like that, honestly. We'll do the 2 then. We'll do it 2 per, and then we'll see how it looks. Boop. Oh, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. 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 I'm just kind of putting dots and then just fixing it after I put them. Every boop is a dot that I place. That is a vertice that I do. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. What do you mean? There you go. No. Oh my god. I feel like I'm gonna go insane. So many dots. I'm sorry if stream is not entertaining, guys. Did I ever ask you which one of my stories you'd like to cameo in? I don't think so. Any? Any? I would be honored to cameo even as just a little guy in the corner. Please. No! Why is it not working? Please! Oh, come back. Good lord. Oh! No! Okay, we got it. God damn. I see we're all creative minds in here. That's cool. I do a bit of my own stuff. Never managed to finish anything. However, that's another matter. Of course! No, yeah, I have so many short stories that I've never finished. On God. Do I wish I did? Sometimes, yeah, because I think some of them could have been pretty cool. But, yeah, no. We have a bunch of creative. We have video editors. We have miniature figure painters. We have writers. We have 3D artists, 2D artists. Sometimes 3D artists. A lot of 2D artists, I will say. And some people who are just creatively funny. And we love them all the same. God damn it. And you get in a I do. Except it's like each their own relationship. Cause I'm jealous. To be fair, honestly, if Mew had like another person, I think I'd be fine, but not with Pixels. Pixels is stuck with me. Oh, Chad, I don't want to do this anymore. It's okay. I got this. Oh, what's happening? That is not what I expected to happen. Oh, shit. No! Fuck. It's not liking me, and it's making me upset. Nope, go up. What do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, what the fuck? Oh. I'm gonna hide the body. Oh, wait. But my ADHD is such a struggle with getting work done. I finish more work for other people than my own stories. That's valid. It's valid. That's how it is for a lot of creatives, though, is that you end up finishing things for other people before you even get to do things for yourself. That's why I honestly tell my rigger all the time that, like, if she just wants to do her own rig instead of mine for a while, like, I get it. Like, don't get me wrong, I want mine done too, but, like, I don't want her to get burnt out on it. Go down. Why are you being such a butt face? game is being such an ass. Stop. Thank you. Stop. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I need to turn these key clacks off. I listened to as much of it as I could. But my brain, like, only wants music right now. So I apologize. If you need key clacks, I'll turn my keyboard. I'll turn my sense up, and then you can listen to my key clacks. Oh no, it didn't work. Okay. Okay. Let's do it like this. And then make this live again. Ooh, you son of a bitch. Oh, just go down nicely. It did it. Okay, yes. Okay. I just need you to go to the edge now. Yes. Quadra. Fix it, Quadra. Quadra, fix it, make it look pretty. Please. Save me from my impending doom. Ew, fuck. I didn't do... Okay, so the next thing I want to do then is inflate it. Inflate the whole thing. And then what we do is we're going to try to shrink wrap it, essentially. Now that we have a lot of the bassy meshies. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. There's a little bit... There seems to be a problem here, chat. But it'll be okay. Yeah, and then we'll take the quad draw and we'll just smooth. Well, that actually didn't work the way I wanted it to. Why are you being weird? Why are you being weird? Please don't be weird. Please. Okay. Alternate idea. Because this is actually... Oh, fuck. I just think I realized a faster way to do this. God damn it, me. Why can't I think of these things like 30 minutes before I do, like, the other idea I have? Because I think it's a good idea, and then I look at it for, like, 2 seconds, and I'm like, actually, it would have just been a good idea if I would have done A in the first place. It's okay. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's okay. Yeah. Oops, wait, no, that was a thing. That was a whole thing. Yeah, there we go. And then this one becomes like this. Right? And then if we... to see you again. Honestly, I think I did that one too high. Did that one too high. Yeah, it should have gone back up one more. Fuck, what? Oh. It's always the way. I did stuff for friends as well, and we always end up putting more of our all into that than our own stuff. I wish I could steal my writing friends' hyperfocus. They may not get a lot done on their actual plot, but they knock out over 80k words for their world building like it's nothing. That's valid, but sometimes quantity doesn't mean quality. To be fair. Like, Star Wars. I love Lord of the Rings, but he was so busy trying to write everything that he never actually finished anything. And that makes me sad, because I want more Lord of the Rings. Whereas we have Star Wars, we have less of the Star Wars stuff, but, like, there's so much content made around Star Wars. You know? Thank you for the song request. Daisy. There we go. That was so much smarter, Elaine. Why didn't you do that in the first place, Elaine? Fuck. Christ. Oops. God dang it. God dang it, me. They come for me a lot, for a lot of critique and general writing advice when they're stuck. That's valid. That makes sense. I too go to you when I'm stuck with writing stuff, because I get burned out. Actually, that's not correct. Wait, what? How does this look? Looks the same. Cool. Oh, this is a bot. Oh. Hi, Bex! I missed you! How are you? Sometimes my ADHD makes me feel like I'd be a more successful mentor / teacher than creator. Mood! But I'd rather teach you chat things than teach children things, because sometimes I don't like children. But I just saw the new Superman movie. It was gas. Pog. As someone that I know that really wants to watch it. So it's good to hear that it was good. It won't be a disappointment for them. This gives me Goofy movie vibes. Not that that's not a bad thing, by the way. It just gives me Goofy movie vibes. I think this will be okay. I think I forget that the quality of things for games can be a good bit different than my my own project quality a lot of times. We can take this guy. Hope to God that he ticks none of that. None of this. I said none of that. And then delete all this. And what the fuck, Knuckles? How did I miss this? Damn it. Get me more excited for woke Superman. To be fair, though, I'm gonna be honest. Hashtag not my Superman. Like, I'm sure he's a great Superman, and I will watch the movies eventually. But Henry Cavill is my Superman. In Man of Steel, I liked Man of Steel when I was a kid. So he will forever be my Superman. Even if the other movies are kind of ass, from what I hear, still my Superman. I think I want this to go down lower. Nope, that's not the button I wanted. Fuck Henry Cavill. I am getting super woke. That's valid, but Henry Cavill's so nerdy and cute. And he was The Witcher. He's adorable. I love him. DC peaked with the animated series. Oh, yeah. No, the animated series was better. It was always Christopher Reeve for me, even though half of his films were a disaster. That's valid. That shit was the wokest movie I've ever watched, 10 out of 10. I'm sure. No, like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that the new Superman movie is the wokest Superman. He is probably, like, considerably the best Superman, right? But, like, for me, Henry Cavill will always be my favorite Superman, because that's just who I grew up with, personally. How much is this? 1,000? We took this off. Where are we at? 6,000? Fuck, still? Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, chat. Fuck. Get rid of the bow stuff. Let's see how this looks. Live action I default to Smallville Superman. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I actually don't know if they need this, but I think it's okay. Let's see, for this guy... I don't know if there's any more verts I want to delete off of this, because it's very roughly, and I don't want to remove more. 1,500, 1,500. This is 6,000? Where's all the verts coming from? This thing? Is it from this thing? Delete. Ooh. Delete. Delete. Hello? Tom Welling. I don't know who that is either. Also, it's the only movie I've ever seen with built-in rage bait for haters. That's awesome. Hello, Raiders. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hi. How's it going? Moa Rain. Hi everybody. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of you here. Hi, how's it going? How was your stream? How was your art stream? Feel free to tell us about it. And in the meantime, hi, my name is Elaine. A roasted chicken, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Surprise! 72 people! I'm very surprised. Let me tell you what, I'm very surprised. Welcome on in, everybody. Hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I am a daily content creator, but I'm also a bit of a whiplash VTuber, because sometimes we'll be talking about things that maybe you don't want to know about, and sometimes maybe we'll just talk about things you do want to know about. It just depends. Hi! We were talking about Superman. So if you have a preference on Superman, let me know. Hashtag my favorite Superman is Henry Cavill in Man of Steel. But yeah, no spoilers. I hope you had a great stream though. If you had a great stream, please tell me. Like, hold on, did I miss it? Did I miss it? Okay, I don't think I missed it. Poggin. If you do need rest, though, feel free to, Arton takes up the brain space. And I'm sorry that I can't show you guys what I'm doing specifically, because I'm technically doing, like, an art test right now for, a job. A possible job. So I can't exactly show you guys what I'm working on, but I really appreciate you guys being here. Like, even if you have to go, like, I really appreciate any lurks. We have pretty comfy, cozy vibes here, so I hope you enjoy. Yeah, stream was good. I was just working, understandable. I mean, we be working hard out here in the art mines, trying to get that bag. But I hope it was a good time regardless. My brain is braining. But yeah, if you need a raid to run, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you guys enjoy the comfy vibes that we have here. I'm trying to figure out math in my brain. Not exactly math, but like kind of math. I really wish I could show you guys what I'm doing, but, out of courtesy for the game dev company that I might be working for, depending on how well this art test goes, gotta give them a little respect for their privacy. Yeah. What's happening? Oh, shit. Yeah, exciting. I hope you're able to get it. Thank you. A little treat. We have a little treat, actually. Another thing I work on is Enshrined, which I'm gonna do a plug. I apologize. Also, Art with Moira, you have the same name as my cat. I don't know why I didn't say that earlier. You have the same name as my cat. You wanna see my cat? Hold on. Wait, I'll show you my cat. Hold on, let me hide the things. I'm gonna show you my cat. Hub, my cat. Show me the kitty. You got it. Hold on. This is my kitty. You're my kitty. I work for a small game dev group and usually work on stuff on stream when I can. That's fucking awesome. This is my cat Moira. This was when she was a baby. This is when she was a baby. And this is the picture that actually made me get her because she's super cute. I love her so much. A lot of NSSW, so I can't. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, that's so valid though. I hope you have fun with it.
I hope you have fun with it though, honestly. Why'd you name her Moira? So her name from the shelter was Moira, and I was like, I think I might change it. But then this really old lady who was at the checkout when I was buying her my little kitty, all her like kibble and stuff like that, was like, did you know that Moira is the Celtic word for fate and destiny? And I was like, well, now I gotta keep it. Because I felt fated to meet this little kitty. I felt fated to meet my baby, who's not in my office right now. She's probably sleeping in the living room because she is eepy and I'm loud. It is, yeah. And I love my cat. And like, it was crazy because I was looking at cats I was gonna get one in October. It was August at the time. And I was like, I'm probably not gonna get a cat yet, but I want to get a vibe for what cats are near me. So I was like looking at local vendors or not vendors, weird. Local like adoption centers and the Humane Society. Just wanted to get a vibe check on what it's like to like look at cats and get the vibe for what it'd be like for having a cat, because I've never had a cat before. What kind of cat would that be? A Tux cat? My cat is a Tara. You have a Tara? Oh, that's so cute. Mine's a tuxedo cat. She is a tuxedo cat. And I saw this little picture of her. I saw the wanderlust in her eyes, and I was like, mine comes from Daughter of the Ocean. That's so cool. That's so cool. Fuck, that's cool. From Celtic and Irish. Oh, that's so fucking cool. I'm gonna have to make a TikTok video about you if you don't mind. I make TikTok videos about other VTubers. I have one called V Highlight where I talk about other artists, because VTubers wouldn't be here without artists. And then I have one for general VTubers called V Stars. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to make a video on you to thank you for the raid, and not only that, but thank you for bringing your community here and chatting with me a little bit. Moira's got little spots on her nose, like Tara too. Aw, yeah, but it got little spots. She got little spots on her nose. I love her so much. And my kitty. She's 2 years old now, which breaks my heart. This is her when she was ill bitty, and we just got her. And this is kind of her more now. Oh, wait, that's a really bad picture. No, oh my god, that's such a bad picture. Okay, here you go. My bad. Whoops. My bad. Oh, she's a cute kitty, I swear. I totally forgot about this picture. I forgot about that picture. Holy shit, she looks so gremlin. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Here, have her sleeping. I feel so bad. I was like, oh yeah, I'll show him a cute picture. And I fucking, whoops. But yeah, that's my baby. That's my baby Moira. But yeah, Art with Moira, if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to make a TikTok video on you. Just, I mean, if you're here, you're obviously pretty cool. So it's more expressive they're more expressive. Yeah, I know, it's so crazy because dogs have like one mode. I've always had dogs my entire life. I've had Shih Tzus, 3 Shih Tzus in my entire life. And they just kind of have one mode, or like 2, I guess. They're like happy, and then they're vibing, or like sleeping, I guess. You know, they're happy, vibing, sleeping, or mad. You know, if you want to talk about it in my Discord. Oh yeah. Does it have a Y? Does it have a Y? I'm always down to help and make new friends. Fuck yeah! I'll even make you a slug. Make people slugs. Sometimes, if I'm feeling it, which I probably will be in a few minutes, if I need a break. I make slugs for people. For fun. This is my significant other Pixels as a slug. This is my friend Boffy as a slug. This is Jersey BZ, the person that rigged my model slug. This is my slug. This is Mew, my wife's slug. This is Moontacore slug. This is Nui Goromi slug. An artist I follow, Shachiko slug. And then a friend of mine, Sucky Bubble slug. So I'll make you a slug too. Cause why not? Throw that out there as another thank you. Yeah, I got a bit distracted, but I love Celtic culture. I'm Irish. Oh, you're Irish, but I grew up in America and didn't learn very much from my family. Understandable. I'm fully Korean, and I don't know. I know a little bit about Korean culture, but I can't speak it. And my significant other is also Irish, but like his ancestry is Irish, but he's mostly white, kind of thing. But I have a tree of life tattooed on my arm with skill and Haiti chasing. That's so cool! I want a tattoo. Y'all, I keep talking to people with tattoos. Y'all gonna make me get a tattoo, on God. I have a terrible pain tolerance, but I have ideas. Skull and Haiti. I was gonna say, Oh. I have a lot of tattoos. Oh, fuck. Okay, don't mind me while I just follow you on all your socials. Don't mind me while I just get obsessed really quick. Don't mind me. Ooh. Oh, I love the... Sorry. Sorry. Don't mind me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, don't mind me. Oh my god, your art though? Oh my god, your art though? Crazy. I am not a 2D artist. I'm like a baby 2D artist. I made BLT, little guy you see that's moving his head, and I've made my stream overlay, but that's it. They're pretty much like the Celtic version of yin and yang. That's so cool! You're cool. You're so cool. Ha ha ha, that's so cool. I'm so honored that you're here. I feel, wow. Tee-hee! Tee-hee! Oh my god. Oh my god, is that having a celebrity on my stream? I feel like I have a celebrity on my stream. They did crazy. Crazy, thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna have to commission you. I'm gonna have to commission you for something. Chat, next NSFW. Oh god damn. Next NSFW go like on god though. One of the reasons I rated is your character looks a lot like a character for the game. What? Can I know? I want to know. I look like someone? This little cat cow? I'm bad with jewelry, and so I want to combine Celtic knots from my heritage and the tribal patterns from my wife's. Oh, dude, that would be so cute. I can link it 1 second. Yes. Dude, I have to pee. I'm gonna pee a little bit. I'm gonna go back, but I don't want to leave. I can hold it. I can't spell. Okay. Kiwi, we're changing who we're doing for V highlight next week. Because we were gonna do Bunchata, but I want to do Art Mug right now. We'll do Bunchata the week after. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna head over to this side. Just cause I don't wanna. Oh shit! Did the Minecraft video end? Are these all no copyright gameplay? I think they are. No copyright vertical version. Well, I don't know which one we just watched. This one's 19 minutes. I want one that's like 2 hours though. I want more Minecraft parkour. Why are these all like 20 minutes? Oh god, no copyright. Subway Surfers, no. Oh, Minecraft Let's Play. Minecraft gameplay. 30 minutes. Guys, I kinda gotta go back in the bathroom. Oop, there you go. Here you go. Okay, I'm looking. We do kinda look the same. If I had like blue eyes, I could turn my horns off. I'd look more like her. Hold on. This is the wrong thing. Tee-hee. I don't have a hair down mode yet, but tee-hee. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, what are they? Oh, their name is Dreefa. If something bad was happening, I couldn't just sit. Oh, this is cool. Whoa. Yo, oh, this is cool. Oh, I feel like I've heard of this game before. To be honest, I don't know the writing for any of the characters, so I just do the art, so I don't know her personality. That's valid. I feel like I've seen this before. Why won't you... Steve, let me in. I feel like I've heard of this before. I love the art. I opened that with no thoughts in my brain. Good thing my door is closed. You're crazy. You should never open a link from anybody, not even me. The Noxus games are pretty popular with the LGBTQ. That's cool. That's really cool. I didn't know this. The more you learn, god damn. Your art is nice. I like her art. Her art is very cool.
This allows you to change your character as much as you want. That's cool. That's actually really cool. That's so cool. You're so cool. Thank you for stopping by. Wow. I kind of feel like you got a celebrity in chat, honestly. It's crazy. A lot of people who are like dysmorphic or like to imagine themselves different IRL are drawn in the game. That's so nice! Oh my god. That's hella nice. I love a good representation in video games. I wish I could say I did that kind of cool stuff. I worked on a sports video game once. And now I might have to work on Roblox stuff because baby cow need that money. Baby cow need to pay rent. But that's really cool, and thank you for sharing. And you guys, go play their game. Go play their game. Go play their game and feel included. Do you do 3D work? I do. The scene in the background that you see, I made that. I made my back home. My chat. Not that guy. That guy can stay. My to-do list. This song is crazy. I made this. Yeah. Yeah. I made most of the things on stream outside of my desk items, like the desk, the mouse, the microphone, the keyboard, and then my model. Do you do any low poly? I don't do a lot of low poly, but I can. I've had to do a lot of like, it does come out tomorrow. It does come out. The milled one does come out tomorrow. I do a lot of like a lot of my previous work. I'd love to get into more low poly, to be fair. But a lot of my work experience has been through game optimization, like taking assets and making them optimized for video games, which is technically currently what I'm doing right now. Not technically, that is what I'm doing at this current moment in time and space. I am making this asset. Really love the excited. I do too, honestly. Honestly, they're so creative because you have to like figure out how shape language goes with essentially without having saved language, and I really like that fact. It's really cool. It's really cool. What polygon count? 5,000? Chat. Chat, I don't know. I don't know about this. Where can I save more polygons? This is like a 600. Okay, if I hide the bows, that's 4,000. That means, well, that's only like 1,000 though. It's only like 1,000. I feel like the bow, well, actually I just saw another spot I can remove stuff from. Get a flat. Look at doormat. This is hard because this is like a very textured outfit that I'm working on currently. Lick it up. What if I deleted this one though? No. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Bruh. Have you already heard of the game Lunacid? Have you ever heard of I don't think I have. Let me look it up. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, this game looks cool. I want to play this. It gives me, like, evil Zelda vibes. Ooh. 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 That's kind of that kind of low poly is the coolest art in my... Yeah, no, it's really cool because you really have to... It's such a, like, interesting challenge, especially in my opinion, doing that low poly of art, but also trying to amass as much detail as they're, like, putting into it. It's such an interesting challenge. I really like seeing art that does that. Because it's a challenge, I'm gonna be honest, that my brain has a hard time with. Because what the fuck do you mean that you made it look like that without using really any polygons? Like, that's just insane, in my opinion. I don't know where I'm gonna remove vertices. I'm at like 5,000. I need to be at 3,000. I haven't even done the sleeves. I think a lot of it is the texturing, to be fair. That is true. That is very true. A lot of it is just the texturing. I don't know how I want to do this either. I'm just looking at like another part of this outfit, and it's like this sleeve, and it's like how I would describe this as like a Lolita model in a way, or like a Lolita kind of outfit that I'm trying to like retopologize, and I gotta tell you, chat, it's fucking me up, man. Right arm, lower arm, left hand. Okay, time for food. I hope you have good food. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Again, I copied the wrong model piece. Arm, hand. There we go. Do add me on Discord if you'd like, and I hope you have a good stream. Thank you. Yeah, I think I sent a friend request, but I might have typed it wrong. But yeah, I'm maincoow on Discord as well. But good night. Good night. Good night. We're gonna do some quick writing sprint. You got it. No problem, buddy. Have a good writing sprint. What is happening? Why can't? Oh, because I have to remove it from the group. Again. Fucking delete layer. There you go. There you go. But I sent you one. Pog. Friend ending. I'm in streaming mode. No. Thank you. I'm adding you. Wait, did it work? Wait, no. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, did I do it wrong? What? Why didn't it not go through? Why is it not going through? So I don't have any pending ones? What happening? Go. Let me scroll up. B. Oh, I think I spelled it wrong. I spelled it wrong? Oh, I think I did spell it wrong. Oh yeah, I got it this time. I think I got it this time. We got him. We got it, chat. We got this celebrity. They're in our sights. Let's. Oh my god, I made so many sets. Oops. Did not need to do that. I'm colorblind. 0, 0. He's a man. He's a hero. Let's remove this one part. I'm not sure how low poly they want this to be. I'm gonna be honest, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's not the faces. My neck edges. Fuck this shit up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Please. Okay, now I should just be able to combine these meshes. And then, boop. Oh shit. Ah, my neck edges. What is the geometry right there? Oh, it's that. I think it'll be okay. Let me just do this. Okay, and then duplicate. Do this one off. Move this guy. Oops. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. And this this one. Center pivot. Reset object. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Oh shit. I am spending much confusion. Okay, no, that's good. Oh, I forgot to turn Discord back onto the thingy. 0, 0, he's my friend, he's a hero. Okay, live surface. And then let's do quad draw. Let's also do... Here we go. I wish I could show you guys. I really wish I could show you guys what I'm doing, because it's kind of like, I don't know, I just like talking about what I'm doing. So, you know, I do everything I do on stream, and I show you guys, and it's like, it's cool. Get out of here. It's like an edge that, like, doesn't want to leave. I'll draw. Actually, same with you. You. There you go. Oops. What am I doing? There we go. No, that's right. No. Is this correct? Am I doing this right? I feel like I'm not. Like, it feels okay, I guess. Actually, the thing I really don't want to smooth out is that part, I think, actually. Is the elbow. So I'll have to do my best to not smooth that part out. Control. Where is the character model? Let's do wireframe. Oh, I see. I see what's happening here. You're face to face with greatness and it's strange. Oh, fuck. I hope that's correct. It looks correct. I don't know. Oof. Oh, okay. Okay, now I think this should be correct. Really want this part to work. I might have to explode it. Oh, come here. Why won't you go on the part that I want you to go on, buddy? Come on, please. Pretty please. I have a strange feeling not clicking the right things at all. Okay. What's this side? One try. Okay. Alright, and then oops. I don't. Maybe this was a bad idea. Maybe I had a bad idea, chat. I'm gonna be honest. Baby, why don't you see what it was you and me? Make you mine. All I ever wanted was you and me. This felt like a good idea, but now it's not feeling like a good idea. Let's do these ones and shift click. Yeah, and then what we're gonna do is take these guys and thicken them out. And take this. I'm so alone on my own for you to come be part of you. In my bed. Ever wanted in my life. All I ever wanted. Okay, let me scroll down. So make it mine. Alright, and then this one, this one. What? These two make you mine. Baby, why don't you see? Oh. Wanted was to see you smiling. Wanted was to make you mine. What? Oh, that's why. This was not bridging, and I was like, why don't you want to bridge? Please don't tell me they're different. That bugs me up. What do you mean? What are you talking about? History, freeze, center pivot. Oh. Oh. Why? Why won't you agree with me, Maya? I guess because some of the verts are just way too close to one another that it's like just choking on itself, I guess, maybe. Honestly, I have no idea. Okay. Oops. Component. Nope. Why are you doing this? The song is crazy. Let's take this one. I don't understand. There's something in my brain is just not understanding right now. I haven't even edited videos today. Ugh, I'm a little stressed, but it's okay. Okay. What is your issue? You have 25. You have 33. Okay. $33. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. 33 minus 25. 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now if I combine this and I do this guy plus and this one. Who is the starter of this chaos? You? What the fuck? Connect. There we go, that's straight now. It's not the worst. Okay, now move this. Oh, that was Dochi? This one. This. Nope. This. What is happening? Do every other one as an integral to the silhouette. Okay, how much is this? 440? It's not bad. I deleted one too many though. Reset. Oops. Reset. Like this one. This one. This one. And then let's look at dress high. That's fucking me a little bit. Can we inflate this? Ooh. Yeah. Do it this way. Okay, and then looks like we might need like one more here. And then this one. You're gonna work me, right? Oh, like being weird. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Chat, it's kind of figuring itself out. Alright. If you walk my body and you think I'm sexy. Just do this. So. Bow, 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 bow. There we go. That is on the topmost edge on the top as well. Beep. On a minute. Oh, the hell you think I'm sexy? Come on, sugar, let me show. What the fuck is happening? This is not working. Motherfucking goddamn it. Also, why didn't I not lower these? They come off the sleeves so much. There we go. Honestly, I might just see if I can just bake that down. Okay. And then this one maybe go up here. And just delete every other edge. Like this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Oh. Maybe I was wrong. Oh my gosh, someone yell outside my window scared me. Nope. Something tells me, chat, this is gonna be a long stream. I haven't even started on video editing yet. My body, and you think I'm sexy? Come on, sugar, let me know. You say time does me. So. To be honest, this is a lot of work. They're lucky I need the pay. Shit. Sugar, let me know. It's too furt. Oh, no. Let me go back. Oh. Be the one who jumps with you naked. I wanna be the one when you fake it. I wanna be the one you get when you look back. What is happening? I wanna be the one who do hate this. Jason. Oh my god. Connect. Now this. Again. Okay, how are we doing? Ah, what the fuck? No! Oh, my head just got fucked up. What the helly? Oops. Ah. Oops. Okay. Alright, and then... Baby, now. You're the reason I was chasing. Oh, we're still at 5,000 tries. Fuck. How many is this? 400? Honestly? I'm risking it for the biscuit chat. Reason my heart's pacing. No lie, but I'm sea chasing. This one. I need a mirror. Okay. Now, what are we looking at? 5,000? Almost 6,000? That's crazy. So we get like half this one. Hope and pray that it still looks okay. Oh, the pictures. I think I could remove this guy too. Whoa, the ones you love them. Turn your minutes into moments. Let's see. How much is this one? 400. Monsters on my bed every night. Oops. I feel like there's geometry in here that's just not necessary. Bedroom. Oh fuck, I don't remember what I just did. Oh. Sorry. Give away your heart. Oh. Lost. Oh my god. Please. merge, cool, soften, unlock, soft. What is happening with you? Unlock. Dude, the geometry here are weird. Oh, you know what I could do? I hope and pray that still looks okay. Actually, I think we should have removed the bottom one. There we go. This one. Off. That's the question. Who will be tonight? What are you hiding? Still at 5,000 chat. The fuck? I could try eliminating this. Maybe it's not necessary. Did the face come off? Let me look at the email again. Actually, no, it's the thing. If you can heads or tails. Oh, I think that has to stay. See both sides of the double life. Next count, triangle count. Maybe like that. Okay. Okay, hold on. Before I start going crazy with the half top, oh shit. Oh. Delete. And I'm gonna fix this. Combine. Actually, don't combine it. Just leave upper, low. Nope, did that wrong. R, L, R. Time. Okay, how's that? 5,000? Okay. Then it's your time to go. And the ballet, let's go. Let's do this one. Let's do 75. Oh, 25. Okay. I don't remember that. That's the question. Oops. I want to keep these. Nope, I want to keep that. I want to keep that. Not the motor. Food achieved. Nice. What food did you get? What bag? Was this one done? And the last one, wasn't it? No. What the fuck happened to you, dude? I don't know. One of my things got fucked up. There we go. I'll keep a deal with you. Okay. Might want to do this differently, to be honest. I don't think transparency maps are allowed in this art test, though. 3,800. Stop with that. Let's do these two. 3,766. Good lord. I don't know where I can remove more. Just try this. Let's do, I guess, this one at 25. Hold on, let me redo this. I don't like how I did that. Oop. I bet that. Alright, so this one should be 50. I don't mind if this one goes. Temple is Constantinople. The temple, Constantinople. 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 Istanbul. And old New York was once New Amsterdam. Why they change it, I can't say. People just like it better that way. Constantinople. And go back to Constantinople. Constantinople is Constantinople as it works. Nobody's busy in church. Maybe. I'm just blasting it with this at this point. Why they change it, I can't say. People just like it better that way. Example, constant. This might just be enough. And if this works, oh, it's like 3 off. Are you fucking kidding me? Chat. Chat, this is bullying me. It's bullying me, chat. Simple, instant, and open it. Constant. Yeah, what the fuck is happening here? Back to Constantinople. Back to Constantinople. Constantinople works. Nobody's business but the Turks. Okay, you're an object. Oh, I did it. Yippee. Alright. Let's hope and pray. We're gonna do a thing that I do to test. Automatic. Yeah, these are all gonna have to be separate. Edit, delete all my type history. Okay. This is what for you. I made the geometry good. This should work. It's not, the UVs aren't beautiful, but we're not worried about that right now. Okay, this is the top low. This is the top. Nope. 6. Nope. Let me get the baking group. Spy for you, for you, for you. And then we separate this ones, these ones, these and these and this. And these all combine to be top. Hi Pixels. You don't want me on meeting. This is the string. Which I might redo the string, honestly. Hello. 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 Oh no, the string's fine. I'm gonna be real with you, Pixels. This is giving me Vinci flashbacks and I kinda hate it. They're lucky I need the money. 2, 3. Nope. 3. Nope. Did I combine this file? I didn't mean to combine this one. Get out of here. Combine. Yep, just wrapped up. What are we doing around these parts? We are still doing the art test. That's what we're doing. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. What the fuck is this called? I'm gonna call it laglet because I can. This should be string high, actually. I can't jumping stem test. Yep. Yep. Bow high. And now I gotta separate the sleeves. Cause fuck me. Damn it. Separate. Hi. No, I'm good. I would like a snack though. I hate this. I'm tired of optimizing. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Grandpa, the AC is not gonna make me less tired of this. Grandpa, I hate game optimization, Grandpa. I did it for too long. Shit. That sucks. I hate being qualified for this. All because our loneliness is killing me, and I still believe. But this shit sucks. There was a point where I got it down to like 6K, I think.
What was the target? 3K?
Yeah, and so I started hitting it with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
The reduce, and this is where we're at, and I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, as long as it bakes good and it deforms well, we should be fine.
Yeah, you might need to fix up some stuff.
No, I don't wanna! I don't wanna!
Just the tries.
I don't wanna!
So is this the full... Is this all the components?
Yeah.
What about the lace on the letter? Oh, it's still there. I mean, fair. Well done. So what are you working on now?
breaking up the high so I could test bake it and see if it bakes good, which it probably won't, and then I'll cry for a millennium. No, I hate it. This is my least favorite to main.
I'm sorry. There's a reason you refer to this
Pixel just told me something gross, chat. Pixel says that I made this hell for myself. What? With possibility of extension. Better? Why? Cool. Okay, I guess. I do like that, but unfortunately that does not escape me from the hell. I thought you were gonna be like, these guys, you're gonna be working on this, Minecraft something. And I'll be like, yeah!
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have information. I'm sorry.
I'm in hell. This is hell.
It's confused that out of me when I opened this stream.
And you saw me playing Minecraft?
Yeah. I was like, is she just escaping?
Mentally. I'm too busy. I can't look. I love you, Moira. Oh, funnily enough, while you were gone, lovely art with Moira rated us. Very nice people. Yeah. Yeah, isn't that cool? Yeah. Seven, 5, 6, 8, 5. I can't count 5. Nope. 5, 6, 7, 8. String high. It should be low. And search and replace. $sign. Oh, that's not a $sign. That's a $sign. I want low. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I want underscore low. Nope, that's not. God damn it, dude. This. Space high. Apply. Do drugs. Hard ones. Just ones that make my mind. Oops. Okie dokie. Ah. All I needed, sort of, kinda. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I don't know if this is gonna work, chat. Test low. I've had to go pee for the last, like, hour. At least I only have to bake this in 512. Oh, but then I have to do the pattern for the texture. I might work on that after stream. It's already 7 o'clock and I haven't worked on a single video and I have 3 videos to edit. Blech. Blech. I'm swebby. Chat, I'm swebby. Hey. How's my wife doing? Oh, my wife playing Fortnite. Very cool. Okay, we're only gonna bake the normal. Match by mesh name. So you are lower low, what? Oh! I named stuff wrong. Oh no. What? 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 Somebody soon. Go up into smithereens and spill my tongue. Music and she is somebody. Say it for me. Better me love. Oh, it's still a problem. Hello? Oh, la la la. Hi, Momo. Hi, baby. Goes on. Why are these not laying out? Now will it lay out? Oh. All objects. Okay, everything should be okay now. Right? No, but there's still things that are stacked on top of each other, though. Yeah. There you go. Edit, re-import. Bake. Ow. Hmm.
Never be alone.
For you. Yeah, that makes sense. No parameters. No parameters. That's frontal. True difference. That's somehow not any better. That's so weird. Okay, what if I just did the top? Oh, yep. Test high. Distance doesn't have to be that big. What? Oh man, that's why it's fucked up. Okay. There we go. Fuck, bro. That was rough. And then this one. I really don't know if it's better to do this or not, so I'm gonna take these off. Yep.
Fuck. I fucked it up again, chat. God damn it.
Someone separate. I think I might have crashed Maya. Alright, well, Maya thinks I'm gonna go bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back and I'm tired. I'm tired of not showing my screen. I'm tired of it, chat. I'm tired. So you know what we're doing? I'm showing my screen. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. So here you go. Because if I'm not allowed, if I have to push back my entire day just so I can get this art test done, I'm showing my screen. Hi, Fruit Bat. Can't do it anymore. I also feel kind of lonely when I can't show you guys stuff. What have I done? It's this guy.
Hello.
Hello! Thank you so much! Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 3 months, Fruit Bat! I appreciate you! You're fucking amazing, dude! Fuck yeah! You're the reason why I can say no to jobs that are hell. Wink. I want to delete this guy. I hope you had a good day, by the way. Boop. And something else. I feel like I don't like the geometry in here. Oh, because there's a little word to see. Scott off work, man. Was so excited to see you. Oh, Fruit Bat. That means the fucking world. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Teehee. Ah, that made my day. So I'm gonna be honest, this shit not making my day. I have it a little too much PTSD from when I used to do this for a game company. My last job. But I think my neuron has reactivated in how to do this better, so hopefully it'll be okay. I don't like this one. This is just weird. I think this will be Stick to your puppy eyes. I told you. It's 155. Wanna know? Wanna hear it? Okay. I just realized something. Gotta go back. I don't wanna hear. Oh, I'm screaming mentally. Speed run the Control Z. Okay, wait. Alright, cool. This one, and then delete this guy. Oh, take. And put him in here. Okay. Okay, now we mirror this guy. There we go. I think we'll keep the center line for this one. Okay. Less than 300 I think is pretty good for the collar. So I think this one's like good. Ooh, that's a 5 point. Ooh. Oops, no. I need to do object X. You're so Oh, I just saw the video, babe. You're so sweet. Hi. Oh my god. Hi. 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 I'm so glad you like the video. Hi. Hi. I'm really glad you like the video. You're really cool. And I'm glad that, like, maybe like a handful of people maybe saw it and followed you because they're so cool. I loved it. You made my night. What the fuck? Thank you. Yeah, we love your voice and your whole vibe. And thank you for being amazing in our community and just honestly an amazing person. I'm glad you liked it though. Yeah, I love giving back to the community when I can. So I hope that you continue to have a lovely night. Literally, I was like sad today about my content, and then I saw that you're an angel devil. I'm glad you enjoyed it though, and I'm glad I could make your day better. Yay! Awesome. I mean, that's so cool. But yeah, no, I'm so happy that like it made your day better because you are honestly really amazing and you do amazing things and you're an amazing person and just yeah, don't ever stop being you. And I hope that whatever life gives you, you gotta make stuff that you love because you deserve that. I spent too long on your webpage just admiring the cuteness. Yes, Kiwi Goblin Books wrote the script for me to make the video on, so they did a little bit of research. But thank you for being amazing. I'm glad you liked the video though. I always hoped about videos make it onto the people's pages and then like they could see how cool I know that they are. So I think you guys are amazing. I never want you to forget that. Cause it'd be rough out here sometimes, let me tell you what. It can be rough. But yeah, thank you for so much for stopping by, honestly. That means a lot to me. And I hope that you have that the rest of your day goes amazing. I apologize if I repeat myself. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I'm clicking buttons and they do things that make things happen. And I'm like, what? Maybe it's so cool. Thank you for the wellness check. I need it. Hold on. I need it. My sanity's draining. I think this is gonna be a late night stream. I like keep thinking about it and like being like, well, you know, I should probably like what will I do off stream because I really need to get to this to a point where like I can be pretty happy about it. And I'm like, maybe I just keep streaming until it's done. And my video editing's done, because I have to do video editing today. Cries. Oh my god! Hecko boy! Hecko boy! We made it to 1.4K followers! Let's go! Woo! Sorry, I disappeared for a second. You're fine. You're fine. The Train Master also, hello. Hello! Sprinkle Squad loves you. What's happening? Is something happening? The Train Master, thank you for also for what's happening? Sprinkle Squad loves you. Who's the Sprinkle Squad? I added my whole server to come and look at your oh, okay, that's what's happening. Oh shit, hello. Guy Master, thank you so much for the follow. Dana Nation, welcome on in. Hello. Oh my god, thank you guys. I'm glad my video can make you so happy though. I'm just a little guy on the internet. That likes making videos about other VTubers and being a silly little goober. Love loves all around. Yes. Mwah, 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 mwah. I don't have my blow kiss emote yet, but mwah, mwah, you can hear it. It's wonderful to meet you. It's wonderful to meet you too.
hope you guys are having a fucking amazing day. Y'all so cool. Tee-hee. 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 We passed. Yeah, we did. We fucking did. It's crazy. It's crazy. My growth. Exponential. It's crazy. I don't know what's happening. Your model is so cute. I want to spread the love. Also, congrats on the followers. Thank you. It's all because of you, Ando. Thank you. Thank you. Squisho mode? You got it. Hold on. Hold on. Nice be small. I need it. Yo, that outfit model looks so cute. Thank you. I'm doing it for a client. Stim for the new pogs. For the new pogs. Oh my god, that's so freaking adorable. Is it me? Am I adorable? The outfit's also very cute though, to be fair. But yeah, I'm just working all this today because I have a client that needs it. So it's what we're doing. The shirt is now unsymmetrical. God darn it. It's okay. You know how we fix that, chat? We just cut it in half. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you so much, Ando, for stopping me by, though. I just like showing off people. If you guys want to see, I have a whole list. I have a whole list. And many more to come. I mean, you can't see my mouse. And a whole other list. And another list. And this is a collapsed list. Let me tell you what, this is a collapsed list. And then I have another side list of people that I'm gonna do. And it's great. And I love it. I love it here. It's a great time here. I love being a streamer. I love being a streamer and being a little guy on the internet. But thank you guys for stopping by, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and you guys have made my day. On God, thank you. Thank you. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. Okay, I forgot what I was doing. Okay, this is under 1K now. This one's good. No more on that. These guys, though? Whoa, what happened to you? I think these can come down more. I don't think these need this part. Beep. Beep. Maybe I'm incorrect, actually.
Stick around for the channel points and I can say things to shock mother. Like this. Ooh, I'm a fetus, I'm a fetus, I'm a fetus. A tasty chocolate fetus.
You are a tasty chocolate fetus. That is chat. Also known as BLT, Bacon, Lettuce, and Terror, is what I like to call him. He's a little guy on our streams, and you can make him say whatever. I'm already gonna look at all your sites. Stop it! Stop it! You're making me freak out. You're making me freak out. I'm freaking out right now. Because there's a really cool celebrity in chat, guys. This is like the second celebrity we have had in chat, and it's making me crazy. They got sites. I got sites. That redeemed does sound where it is. It is. Or, if you aren't in the mood for a TTS bot and would prefer music, because you like music, thank you for the vibe check, Cherry. You can do a song request. And if it's a song on Spotify, we play it. You know, please be nice about it, but like, you know, it could be any song, because it's not going to be in the VOD, so it could be any song. Okay. This is a work in progress.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Like a Picasso. Picasso. Oh, heck yeah, you got a boost guy. Let's fall over there too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want to be more active on social media, to be honest. It's hard for me though, because like social media is hard. the two biggest things I'm active on is Twitch and then TikTok. Discord more, but like that's just because everybody talks to everybody on Discord, to be fair. I totally added the wrong person on Blue Sky, that's why I didn't see it. No, did I? Fuck! Fuck, I did. Fuck. Elaine's lesson of the day. Elaine can't. Elaine is stupid. My bad. Wrong tag. Frick me. Wait, that's not from today, is that? What the fuck is this? It's really tough. It can be really helpful to go into every part of your creator ecosystem with appropriate goals and plans for each. That's true. What is this? That's crazy! God damn it, Kiwi. God damn you, Kiwi. But yeah, thank you guys for stopping by. I might have crashed Maya again. I tried to copy and paste something and it's not happy with me. Did I fix it? I did it. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. You had to go to Twitter to see my post. I apologize. I'm sorry. I made an oopsie. Also, my bio is being broken. Oh no. Oh no! Well, I guess we could wait a little bit for that to get fixed. Bio is not happy with me. But yeah, welcome on in. I'm maincoow. Hee hee. And I love that you guys are here, and I'm glad that you guys enjoy my content. I'm here every day, Monday through Fridays. And I have a cat named Moira who just meowed. She's this little guy. This one? This cat right there? That's my cat Moira. I would like my 3D program to keep working. And it doesn't want to, and it's making me sad. Sad spaghetti. Cute car. Thank you. Thank you. You not responding? What's happening? No, you just have a fuck ton of memory usage, you bum. Chat, doesn't want to taste. I mean, it was a great clip. How can I not? That's a valid point. That's a valid point. That's a valid point. I'm gonna eat a little bit of a snack. The snack that I didn't finish, which has a singular chip, a singular piece of cheese, and a half a banana. Donut Squad squashed her PC confirmed. That's not surprising. No, not at all. Alright, it's fixed. Not at all. If you break my shit, on God, fair game. Fair game, in my opinion. No, it's not what that goes. That's not where that goes. This was here. You know, I know why it's lagging. Because I'm terrible about remembering to save. And I don't remember how to. All's fair in Twitch and warfare. Exactly. Okay, the top is good. Top is good, I think. Right? This was good. Why did I copy it? Oh, because I wanted to redo these boys. Wanted to redo the little doohickeys. Oh, doomahickeys. Go away. We don't need these. No more belt. Only aglet. Hello, unknown and Vic City. Welcome on in. Hello. Well, look, another lovely angel brought to us by the heavens. Gasp, another arrives. They do. Hello. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm sorry that I'm talking with a banana in my mouth. I'm a little peckish. Just call me unknown or envy if you want. I mean, a lot. Thank you. Do you have one that you prefer? Do you have one you prefer? Okay, I think I'm going to be doing these like this. I just want to redo these. I don't like how I did them. No, that works. Valid. More new buds. Woo! Woohoo! Means a lot. It means y'all watching me that you guys would stop by and say hello. Let's see. This one. Mephisto _channel. Welcome on in. I don't know why I decided to say the underscore channel, but you know what? We roll with it. We roll with it. I think it's because my brain cell was trying to understand what underscore ch meant, and then I just said it out loud. Hello. Hello, welcome on in. Hi. Uh-oh, why uh-oh? Why uh-oh? No uh-ohs. Only, I was trying to think of something clever, but honestly, why is that an uh-oh? That's what I'm saying. Why is it an uh-oh? Why is it an uh-oh? It's Dan. Can you make everyone forget Peter Parker is Spider-Man? That'd be crazy. Man, I'm jamming. I'm glad. Go one over. And then we go another over. And you got it, Pog. Alrighty. And then we do... Boop. Oh my god. If it's a fantastic nerd that's also on Andy's Twitch stream. I love your Twitch team! Are you talking about RoarXD by any chance? Are you talking about the infamous team RoarXD, the amazing Twitch group that I gaze at daily? Maybe? Maybe? Yes, you're the vice president? Hello! Hello, vice president! If you ever want to play, or if you ever want to play president, let me know. President's a neutral term, isn't it? Yeah, because you can have a lady president. Yeah, president's like a neutral term, I think. So, because like there's the game, you know, the game like Get Down, Mr. President, but like it could be a Mrs. President, you know? I forgot what I was doing. Ah! How dare you! I gotta crawl my way back. There I go. Let's see if I can crawl back. I can! I'm back. Does it have kill streak when it comes to sniping bad chatters? That's very cool. I don't think we've had a lot of bad eggs here, to be fair. We've had a lot of good eggs here. That's not aglet. This is not an aglet, but stick around. I have some time to finish the short story and the points to make Elaine read it today. Poggin? Yeah, we read short stories here. We read horror short stories. Actually, I have another one that I have to read today too, actually. I have to read the one for Enshrined. And then we can vibe check it. Oh no, it's not. It's not. I fucking blah, blah, blah. I mean, I'm a man, so according to the patriarchy, the term was made with me in mind anyways. Okay, Mr. President! Okay, Mr. Vice President! Be careful, Mr. Vice President. Rah, rah, fight the power. I don't know what to call this. I just want to call it an aglet, because I like the word aglet. Loop. Lop. Nope. I just realized we have to call this aglet, because I need the thing we're gonna bake it from an aglet as well. Oh, that's why. Boop, 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 boop. Shut up. I need you to shush. Fun fact, I don't like picking my music because I'm lazy, and so I have assistance from Spotify. And it helps because then it plays whatever chat has played in the past, or it plays whatever I listen to and outs me. This is looking great, by the way. I'm always fascinated with 3D artist work. Thank you. I'm optimizing. I didn't make this model. I did make this one though. I did make this background. This background you see. Sorry that my face is hidden, but this background you see, I made it myself, except for the gremlin model that was made by Lucius Eden and some of the art on the PC monitors. But yeah, I made the rest of it. So, hi Lane, I was also sent there by Andu. I hope you're doing well. Hi dear things! Hi! Hi! I love that. Thank you. Thank you. That's gorgeous. Thank you. I worked really hard at it. I'm still working hard on it. Actually, it's not done. I am changing up the art style a bit of it currently. in my free time, I'm making it a bit more stylized. And I'm going to animate a different tree in the background because it's technically animated. So there's their plan at least. Okay, top. This is the top. The top. And then the bows, I think, are fine. As long as there are a couple hundred. Yeah, there are a couple hundred. So I think that's okay. I think the sleeves are okay. The collar is fine. So I'm just going to hide all of these. Skirt low. Okay. I'm doing it wrong if I did it wrong. I might redo this one. Fun fact, the background is based off of... Fun fact, the background is based on a photo of the Rocky Mountains. It is! Because I grew up... Fun fact, I grew up near the Rocky Mountains. Because I'm just cool like that. Tee-hee. Funnier fact. Beep. That was a good idea, actually. And this. Yeah, and then... Boop, boop. Oh no! What have I done? Oh. They hit the wrong button. Honestly, maybe I should just make that a single one? Where'd the string go? Oh no! I deleted the I deleted the string. I deleted the string. No! Delete all my type history, increment, and save just in case I crash. Delete all these guys. What the fuck? Boop. Hi, Moira. My cat has come to say hello. Hi, baby. Hi. Oh, are you okay? I was petting her, and then she tried to jump, and then she knocked her head on my desk because she was jumping. Poor baby. I'm gonna wait for Maya again. Please. Please, Maya. I might want to clean it. I might have to clean the file, just so it's not taking forever. Forever. Read tomorrow. Okay. I guess I just wait. It's already 8 o'clock! Chat, I feel like I've been sitting here for 2 hours. And you're telling me that it's 8 o'clock. Also, it's still kind of hot in my house. I'm gonna turn down my AC. That's not the button that I wanted. Boop. Boop. There you go. I fixed it. And this fixed itself. Pog? Okay. Huh? Did you, why, what's happening? Boop. Oh. Oh. What did I do? Alright. Let's just separate it. Why won't you delete? There we go. I feel like we need something to celebrate all the new buds and guests in the bar. Thank you, Unknown, for the follow. Oh, we could do something. What do you want to do? I have no ideas. I didn't think this would happen, so I don't really have an idea. Oh my god, it's Jake the dog! I love Jake the dog. Oh my god, there's another one! Oh my god, hi Jake!
What is it?
Oh my god, it's behind me.
Is it?
Behind me.
I swear to God! You laughing?
Where is it?
You trying to laugh? This funny? Let me show you some fucking...
To Braxy, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Wait. Oh shit. That's not what I meant to do. Hi. Welcome on in. Why would you fart on me? No, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. Your actions have consequences. Stop. 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 Stop farting on me. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Hey, get off my head. Get off my head. This is why they kicked the baby. You know what? This is why they kicked the baby. Not that. I got it in my mouth. I got it in my mouth. Get away. Get away from me. Thank you. I got it in my mouth, chat. Kiwi, I can't believe you. I got it in my mouth. I got it in my mouth. I got it in my mouth. I got in my mouth. I bought the schmuck, thank you. Greetings with this real spot, hello! Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. What is this? This is a version, I think? I honestly just think I should wipe it, honestly, because I am getting confused with what I'm doing. Okay. There's that. We have the aglets now. The aglets are all good to go. I just need to optimize them. Oh my god, Glass Animals, Blender Art. This place has it all. Thank you, thank you. 3D art is one of my favorite things. We're actually using Maya because I'm old. I'm old! I've been doing 3D art since I was like in high school, and when Blender was out when I was in high school, it was, not gonna lie, a little stinky poo-poo. It was a little stinky poo-poo. And now it's a lot better, to be fair. It wasn't the hottest shit when I was in school, but I did make stuff in Blender. But yeah, we're doing a little art testy for a client. Hopefully it goes well. Be a king. But like, yeah, I'm old. I can't do the menus when the menus. I need hotkeys. You just killed all 7 people in chat, you fetus. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I need to see things. I need to see things. Yeah, Blender's less temperamental now. Yeah, it's a lot nicer now. There's so much you can do in Blender, to be honest. I need to see stuff. I need to see the stuff that I'm working on, you know? If I don't see if I can't see the buttons, I don't know that the buttons exist. I kind of have that mentality about it, you know? It's like, does it exist? I don't know. I wouldn't know. Yeah, these are better. These are better. All probably? Oh, okay, my bad. Just picked it up this week and I finished my first donut. Fuck yeah. Did you give it to Andu? Should you give it to Andu? Everything to his new lady. But I'm glad you guys stopped. Honestly, I'm very honored that you guys stopped by. It means a lot to me. A classic donut, yes. A classic donut. I did it wrong. I did that so wrong. I need to click this button. Hey, what? What is happening? Where did that triangle come from? Why are there pieces of the dots? Why are the vertices still here? Get out of here. And I gotta check the other ones. This one. Look at this one. Oh, what have you done, Maya? Ew. What have you done? I think I fucked this up a little bit. Okay. God damn it. Back to lurking. I've got a couple thousand words to go. I believe in you, Kiwi. Okay, we also have to go back. We have to go back. Hi, Prinsu! Hi. How are you? I hope you're having a good day.
I just fucked something up for the, like, 50th time, but, you know. It's okay. What is happening? Why are you like this? Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Maya, tell me, why do you take my sanity and you shove it up my anus? And then I can't do shit. Okay, there you go. Okay, that one's clean. That one's not done. That one's done. That one's not done yet, because I forgot to do the insides. Okay, this one's done. Okay. I think I just gotta do this, like, piece by piece. I think Maya's actually lagging, and that is why. I'm trying to do too many things at once, and it's like, kill me! And I'm like, no, just bear with me. If I use, since I don't know when. Oh, I made up my mind. It's come to an end. Look at me now. No, please. I'm making a mistake. I'm making another mistake. Just one look and I can hear a bell ring. Just one look and I can feel a bell ring. Whoa, whoa, I fucked up. I fucked up again. My, how can I resist ya? Mamma mia. Here I go again. My, just how much I missed ya. Yeah, I've been broken hearted. Blue since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go? Oh shit, okay, boop, boop, boop. I don't know what I'm doing. Ew, that looks bad, okay. Of the things that you do, there you go. I fixed it. We fixed it. There we go. It was through. Oh man, the string's like off. That's not very nice. I kind of don't like that. Be away too long. No, I'm not that strong. There you go. One more look and I can get everything. Whoa, whoa, mamma mia. I hope everyone's having a good day, by the way. And I know I've said this like 5 times already, but really, thank you guys for stopping by. It means a fuck ton. And even if most of you are gone, it don't matter to me. It's the fact that you stopped by. You didn't have to. You didn't have to open that Google Chrome browser, or Brave browser, or Opera browser, or Firefox browser, or Safari browser, or what else? Internet Explorer browser. You didn't have to click on that link. You didn't have to open that tab, but you did, and it means a lot. Blue since the day we parted. Alright, look at that. All the aglets, nope. I got so excited that I thought I was done optimizing these, and that it's not true. And now I gotta go back again. Remember what I had to do this? I actually had to do this a lot at my last game dev job, and honestly, high-key PTSD. Low-key, need to get that back from that client, so we live with it. Okay, there we go. And there we go. Alright, and then we take this, do every other one. No. And then I can also remove this backside. Oh. Because it's not going to be seen by the player. Okay. What are we looking at now for string? What? Squid Punk, welcome on in. How's it going? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us. It means a lot. It means a lot. I think I could do one more pass of like reducing this, honestly. Ooh. What am I doing? What am I doing? I don't know. Yo, we aren't in here? We are. We are doing work for a client. It requires meticulous game optimization. And it is very cool. That is cool. You're cool. You're cool. You know why you're cool? Because you stopped by. Munch is in the oven. What'd you get? What are you eating? What are you eating? Okay, this is already over 3,000. How? How is it already over 3,000? Because this is less than 1,000. This is 300. Can we not reduce this a little bit more? Honestly, yeah. I guess the best thing to do is to remove this. And then make it a flat lace. Because I feel like in the reference picture, it was like a flat lace. So, some pizza sauteed onions with salami. Fancy. Fancy. I don't want to remove any more of this, but I think I can, like this one. And I think these bow pieces, like I can do this. And this, I can take every other one and remove those. Except when they don't want to remove the side bits. Which is unfortunate, honestly. Oh, that's not one. Oh, I was hoping this was Nickelback. I don't know why, but I was really hoping it was Nickelback. Any Nickelback fans in here? Every time. Wait, what was that? Look at their photograph. I might just play some just because. Nickelback? No nickel coin. Okay. Alright, thanks. Actually, I have an idea for this bow. I have an idea. I don't know if it will work, but we're gonna try it anyway. Hello? I think I have to restart my app. It is not happy with me right now. Yeah, it is not happy with me. I'm gonna have to crash it now. Go away! Go away, Maya! You crash! You crash! You go away! I'm gonna put on Nickelback, and if you're not gone by the time I play some Nickelback... Okay, thank you. I heard Nickelback, and I got scared. I did cute. This one. As a wise man, couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. I know this is not the same song, but, like, I just like the song, too. I like a lot of his songs, to be fair. And this is how you remind me. Alright. This one. What I really am. This is how you remind me of what. It's not like you to say sorry. Was waiting on a different story. One time I'm mistaken for having you a heart worth breaking. And I'm being. Oh shit. Why does that look like ass? It'll be okay. Oh, we had fun yet. This one and this one. This is like the front bow, so I kind of want to keep it with like as much topology as it has. It's still at 3,000 though, which I think is crazy. Let's do the. Really? One. I think there's one. Edit, delete all way type history. Mistaken for having you a heart we're breaking in a I've been down and I'm burning my every man. Maybe like that. I don't want to keep that one. Maybe we can move this one. Okay, now it's at 3,000. I can't. Ooh, there's a triangle right there. If there's a triangle, we can fix it. Wait, no, I think I need to go the other way with it. Actually, let's do it in the center. Because doing it in the center usually does a lot better. And then we'll take this one and put it at the end. And then I feel like this upper one isn't needed maybe. But then we have a 5-point here, which we can't have. Okay, now let's get the skirt. You might see that. See how fast that copy and paste was? Alright, cool. Actually, we need to separate the skirt. Skirt. Oh, I made a oopsies. That's okay. We can take this. I'll just fix it really quick. These need to be separated. Haven't fallen yet. And then we do a little bit of like this little sleeve. We separate them. And then this whole thing becomes sleeve upper. This becomes the lower sleeves. And dress low, sleeve L lower, sleeve L upper. And then all we need to do is reset, take these, duplicate. Live my dreams instead. Of the sea. Huh? My dreams instead. There we go. And then okay, there's that. And then we need to separate the top. Yes, that's right. So, oh. Jason, string high. And then this guy. Oops. Nope, that's correct. I said I'm about to go to work. I wanna see you again. And then we combine these to make the top high. See you again. And this is the collar high, and bow. And what's the alcoholic? Oh wait, yeah. Iced tea, ideas. Actually, that's 7. And go 4, 5. 3, 6, 8, 2. And then what is this? Oh. Edit, delete all by type history. And there's that. So that's the top. And then we gotta add high, oops. So that way it knows what's what. This guy, we replace low with high, apply. Alright, and then the only thing left is the skirt. Skirt 2. This is skirt 1. This is skirt 3. Honestly, take this. Oops. Paste that in there. Put this in here. Skirt low. Oh, I guess I could have just pasted underscore with a space, and then hi with speed renaming. I wish you could rename all files like this, honestly. I think you kind of can. Ooh, this retaining edge is like folded in itself. That's weird. I don't know what I'm crying for. I don't think I can love you more. Maybe I. Ooh, yay, that worked. And then this is another one of those things. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Why did you do this? Why did you do this? This is... Oh, oh. Okay. Hi, Candy. How are you? Bro, what is happening? Okay, no, I think I fixed it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start with the bottom one, cause that just the brain. Okay, now we can do it again here. Yeah, yeah. All right, and then up here. Honestly, this kind of looks like a volcano. Good, just stop playing R6 with friends for the day. Understandable. Did you have fun? I remember when I used to play R6, and then it became a hero shooter, and then my little tiny brain was like, huh? What happened? What's happening? Stupid. Useless. Oh god. Okay, yeah, this has got to go up again. Oops. Nope. What? Actually, hold on. You used to play? I did. I used to play a long time ago. I used to play a long time ago. When I could remember most of the characters. Now I just play Call of Duty. Here we go. I think what screwed me over on this was I was using symmetry for this, and these are not symmetrical. That's 7,000. They made it free to play, and now it's heading 10 years on December. Whoa, that's a long ass game. That's actually really cool. That's actually cool. I didn't realize they made it free to play either. That's actually also cool. So if this didn't exist, it would be enough to like not give my things a heart attack, but I need a lot of the geometry in this, except for honestly a lot of this. A lot of this can go away. Even this one could go away, honestly. And now we just have 1,000 left. To be fair, I feel like this would be less. But even with this being less, it's still kind of... okay, we can do this bow next, I feel like. We could split this into 2 instead of 3. Which can help just like a little bit. A little bit. Shush. I sent a clip of me. Oh yes, I saw that! Fucking Poggin, do you think you'll edit it together? Or like edit it into like a cool like timed clip or anything? If not, that's totally cool too. Honestly, it's really cool. I think I aced maybe once? Maybe in that game? Maybe? 700, man. Okay, let's do... Okay, what about you? You could do backface culling, couldn't you? Oh, not this one. I don't think you can. I think you need the geometry because you're angled. I'm not sure. I just want to show off my clips, but I don't know where to put it, so I picked a shot. No, it's totally fine. No, yeah, that's totally fine. I was just curious. You know, you totally could have been like, yeah, I'm gonna edit it, you know? And I would have been like, yeah. Yeah, you can put clips like that anywhere. Okay. How we doing? 3,600. Could we remove every other one in this one and hope and pray that it still goes around the hand? I think we could. Now it's moved another 100. Oops. We just have to modify a few things. I was clicking all the wrong buttons. Honestly, so I don't want to do it again. Okay, where are we at now? 3,500. 680, 192, 280. Yeah, but I played R6 in 2022 on Xbox One, then switched to PC, and still play on controller, but I switched from... That's valid. That's valid. I have a lot of friends that play on controller as well, honestly. What if I halved this? That was a good amount. Yeah, it's valid. I play with keyboard and mouse because I have small hands, and a lot of games and a lot of controllers kind of don't accommodate for small hands. I'm gonna be honest, and it's kind of stinky poo poo. But that's okay. I think that's necessary. Actually, that one's necessary. These ones might not be, but I really don't. Yeah, that's not gonna do a lot. Maybe this guy. We need that one. We may not need this one, but that's only gonna remove. I remember the baby in 2015 as well. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm gonna keep that. Maybe I can squeeze a little bit more out of this guy. Not without it looking like kind of bad. This one. How's the hog crank going? Good? Elaine, good. It's going good. How are you doing? How are you doing? We don't need this edge. We're almost there. We're almost there. Are there any more edges that I can remove? Just tiny little edges, maybe? Just like one more. Do I need this one? Do I need that one? What about this one? 16, fuck. Yeah, I'll do minor adjustments on it fitting on the body after. I think I texture it, I think. It's written in my DNA. Okay, this guy. Alright, it made it. Okay. Now, UV editor. And I'm just gonna do this. Well, I could just have... No. I wanna do it. Okay. This is not how I'm gonna UV all this. I'm just doing this so that way I can see if I did this well enough or not. Okay, but do you have multiple UV sets? You do. Oh, I can't tell because they're not selected. Oh my god, move down. Delete. Oops. Delete. 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 Yee! Alright. Top. Move down. Nope, move up. Delete. Okay. Okay, and these all should be good now. Okay, and then UV shell, and we do optimize, unfold, UV map. I'll scale, I guess. Okay. Export. Test low. Oops.
Yep. Okay. Now we will open our texturing program. Right now I have a GameSir G7 Xbox controller and the sticks have magnets, so anti-stick drift. Oh, that's cool! The magnets are smart. I never thought about magnets and controllers to circumvent that. Thank you for the song request. My god, my darn it. My darn it. During hypershade. Assign. Okay. Yes. Oh my god. Oh grand. Who did this? I'm excited. It's a good song. I like the song a lot. Alright, there you go. Well, I love HR, and they made a new album, We'll Sing. They're honestly just a really great band. Honestly, I understand why you like them. Any new releases from them is an honor. Alright. Alright, we're not gonna do any of those. We're gonna do this. By mesh name. Frontal distance. Yay! That's not the worst. Let's do this one. I want to see how this one works. This one really wasn't that bad. Can I do a higher thing? I'm just wondering how it's gonna look. String? Oh no, the string. Oh well, I guess the string doesn't really need it, to be honest. Because of the Russian battery. That's valid. Thank you for the head pie. The rings and spill my tiny symphony down the city streets and trying to move my mind at ease. Where did... Yeah, those are there. Why? 4? Me play my violin for you. Why is it not? Is this better? I liked automatic better because I feel like it matched it better for the skirt, but we're losing this right here, which is unfortunate. Let me do oh, we're losing this information. How'd your work stuff go? I was playing WoW. How was WoW? It's going good. I got the baking to bake, which is really nice. Speaking of the baking, I kind of want to do something really quick. I want to bake the... Oh, that's Lambert 1. Lambert 4, I want it to be red. Because I think those will be the same.
Assign. And I can't see it because I didn't select it. What are you working on now? I'm working on like the textures and the baking of it all, because this is the high poly model, this is the game ready model, and my bad. I got you. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't copy it. And to get the information for the high poly model onto a low poly model, you gotta bake it. Add to queue. Remove from queue. There we go. I fixed it. Thank you for letting me know. And then these ones I think will also be red. And after all. Okay, well, okay. I don't know why that's like that, but that's okay. Assign. And then we need another one for these. And I feel this number 5. This is cloth. So I'm going to make yellow. The red can be lace. And that song, it's a Daft Punk song, Due to Love. Which game is it game ready for? I don't know. The client did not tell me. I would tell you if they told me, but they did not tell me, so I do not know. These are like accent colors. Assign accent. To be fair, I technically shouldn't be, I think it matters, but I technically shouldn't be showing what I'm doing, but it's okay. Assign. Oh, this one didn't get it. Assign. Assign. And then this is the leather. I'm presuming, honestly, that it's gonna be the same as the accents. I'm presuming that's how I'll do it. Because how I get this pattern on here is up to me. And I think I'm choosing for it to be like the accents. At the very least, they're contrasted enough that it doesn't super matter. So if I want to change it, I can. Boop. Oops. Assign. There we go. Oh, nope, I forgot the front ones. God darn it. There we go. Assign. There we go. That looks like a Ronald McDonald dress. But these are known as color IDs. So when you bake them, they make it look cool. Alright, let's see how this is doing. ID. Bake. Oh, let me see the ID. So we are getting it. It's just so minimal because of the fact that this texture itself. Well, I mean, I could bake it at a higher resolution and then lower it back. Oh no, wait, that's what I'm doing. Look, boo boo. That's okay. It looks like poop because it's a 512 resolution, which makes me very sad, but it's not the worst. Yeah, I just 512 maps make my brain sad because look at it. Yeah. So if I went back to like, see, they're there. It's just because the requirement is a 512 texture. It's like
gone. And I will only be able to see it through the IDs, really. So.
And the UV, the exit stays even?
Roughly. I mean, this is not the final UV layout, but I'm pretty sure, yeah. Am I being big enough to make them a custom lace pattern? I don't feel like I am.
Well, how are you going to do it? Just like online?
That's the peanut butter baby noise. Do you not know the peanut butter baby noise? Hold on, I gotta show Pixels the peanut butter baby noise. Peanut butter baby. I have to do this to my speaker so he can hear it, so you're gonna hear it twice. What's the audio? Give me the audio.
Your mind is just a repository of meme stings.
Yeah. What of it? What of it? What of it?
I was going to say it should be fine. Just make sure that the base color looks good in that area to like compensate.
Yeah. I'm hoping. Tom Scott mentioned. What does that mean? Why? Also, my face tracking is lagging. Why is it lagging? Why are you lagging? I think it's the iPhone. Is the iPhone on the right thing? Are you on the right Wi-Fi? Yeah, it's on the right Wi-Fi. Weird. Stop it. That's not the remove from queue. Thank you. I did not want to play your song. That's not even close. Okie dokie. I mean, that is a bigger, but I think it's against TOS. Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, it's okay. We weren't gonna play it anyway. Okay, so let's just bake the whole thing then. And then also let me fix. What are you? String high. Oh, I didn't add load of these. Good Kid is also a good band. It is. I have to agree. Turn to paint mode. Prompt. Edit. Mesh. My computer's gonna lag a little bit. No, my bug bite itches. Where's my thing? Where's my thing for this? Also, Detroit mentioned. You're so silly. Is that where Peanut Butter Baby's from? Hold on. Let's do 2048. No subsampling. Because once I bake it, it'll be fine. No insane cloud posse. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, anti-aliasing makes me cry. Oh, I wanna only by mesh name. Turn the rest of these off. Okay, there you go. Ooh, that's better. Woohoo! I just posted a 4K in studio chat. What? A what? I'm watching. Oh, okay.
Oh shit, you can do that? Oh! Damn, this is crispy. This is crispy, Candy. Oh my god. That's spooky. How many characters do they have in the game at this point? Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Oh. Oh, get him. How are you gonna get that one? Oh, I pinged him. What I did like a lot about Siege is the, like, it's just like a 5v5. I just like, I don't know, I just like the map size and the amount of players, I guess. It was nice. Oh, you got him in the booty hole! Nice. Good job. Where's the last one? Where's the last one, Kendi? Where's the last one? What did you do? This gun looks like a Nerf gun. Did you kill him? Their icon looks like Bullet Bill. My leg itches like a motherfucker. Woo! Good job. Good clutch. Good clutch. Good job. Good job, Kendi. Very proud. Music was much louder than the clip. My bad. Okay, but my leg itches. Chat. My leg itches. Help. Thank you. Yeah, of course. My leg itches. Okay. I'm gonna look up lace pattern. Graphics. This one. Except I can't see. Is this tileable though? It is! Yes! I found a lodestone! I can scrap that! What are you playing? What are you playing? My leg itches. Chat, my leg itches. Chat, help me, my leg itches. This is the lace pattern. Minecraft? Nice. Nice. You playing on my Minecraft? You playing on my dedicated Minecraft server? Why is my thing still lagging? I can get netherite from it? Ooh. Okay, it caught up. Cool. Wrong one. Wrong one. No? Correct one? This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Import. Import. Add a black mask. Add this guy. Add another one. That's the base. That's going to be a color that I have upon my other screen that I cannot show you. It is going to be this cream color, I guess. This color would be this color. This will be a triplanar projection. That works oddly well. But it needs to be bigger. I think I picked the wrong pattern. I don't like the pattern that I chose. I think I need a different pattern. That's the same thing. I like this one, but I want it, like, thicker pieces. Oh, nope. Nope, I think this one might be better. This is not seamless, though. Is it? Oh, no, it is. Okay. But is it vertically? It's not. It's not right there. Okay, what do I want to do? Oh, this one's... Wait, this is the one I have. What? Yeah, I like this one. Why is it so... Hold on, I gotta look at it again. Maybe I just need to make it larger? I know what another word for this is. Floral lace pattern. This one are the same. Yeah, they are. It's all the same. God dang it. Okay, Well, that one wouldn't work. I need big swooped emotions. This one could work. Download. Oop. Maybe we could like double it up and then move it. Oh, it's a screen layer. Should be UV planar. Okay, let me UV this correctly then. UV camera based. These are all going to be camera based. You're right. I wonder. UV camera based. Find your dreams come true. Keep it what? Blech. Do you remember what its issue is? Issue is UV camera based. UV camera based. UV camera based. I wonder on my grind. Oops. And 2 edge perimeter. Where? There. Okay. Camera based. This one. Actually, I would personally put it here. Same with this guy, where I'd UV camera base and cut it on the inseam so you can't see it. And then this guy, I would do UV camera based, and then I would just cut him in half. Cut him in half. Oh, it's a UV camera based. And then we gotta cut it. I don't want to listen to this song. It's not the vibe. Oh, this is the vibe, though. Oh, wait, this is a different song. Okay. Well, I'm fine with this. Oh, it's this song, though. A song that reminds me that... Okay, that's fine. No, I think that's a different song. But the haven't you people ever heard of? Oh, no, this is a song. Spin scale layout. Oh. Oh, what? Now we do the same here. Scale spin. Oops. People ever heard of? Pull your goddamn toe up. Pull your goddamn toe up. Ever heard of? Pull your goddamn toe up. I don't like these UVs. They were the boot. Okay, no more spin. Layout. Who are you? Who are you? Okay. Yep. So. I clicked the wrong buttons. Okay. Oh yeah. I'll never be with you. Alright. Now maybe try playing a traditional work nicer. No matter what you say or what you do. Finally got the right song. Yes! Floral pattern would be a better idea. Yeah, maybe. What is this pattern